Sorry about that. That was way louder than I thought it was. Ah, that killed me. Hi, everyone. Another day, another time where I deafen my fucking audience. Hi, everybody. I hope you've been having a wonderful day. Despite that. Y'all can hear me all right? Just making sure. It looks like it. It looks like it on sound balancing, but just let me know if I need to turn down my music at all. But hi! Conf. Not much longer now. You just gotta make it a little bit more than a week. A little bit more than a week, Conf. Punkers! You're in pain, why can't it be faster? Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Yo, Dreknath, thank you so much for the 5 months! Yeats is solo waving hi. Hello! Good to see you. Can't stay, you have to go to bed. That's fine. Sleep well. No problem at all. It's so nice to see you. Gosh, I just love this song. Such a bop. I'm so happy to have more new music in my streaming playlist. It's nice when I can vibe to like my particular fixations. If only I could have DMCA music. Give them to me! Hi, Tauka. Just finished watching movie and you go live, perfect timing? Hell yeah, what'd you watch? Oh, by the way, guys. What's your favorite cookie? Hello, Sai? You watched the new... First off, hi, Sai! Hello. And you watched the new Spider-Man? Fuck yeah! It's my favorite Spider-Man movie so far. I'm not sure if I like it more than Into the Spider-Verse, but... it's right next to it! I really like it. I really like it. And Wombo! Thank you so much for the 28 months! That's fucking crazy! That's almost 3 years! You're really fucking close to it. That's insane. Thank you so much. Chocolate chip cookies? Valid. Classic. Chocolate chip cookies? That's 2 for chocolate chip cookies. Alright. Hi, Zeke! Happy New Year to you, too! Omni! Hi, Omni! How are you doing, hun? I bet you're on break and that's why you're able to be here. Yeah. Avoid spoilers. I had a wonderful day, Claviscus. Chocolate chip cookie is the best cookie. Any other answer is wrong. But Silent! But my favorite cookie! I did see that Overlord Season 4 was announced. But Silent! Silent, you don't even know what my favorite cookie is! I have them over my desk. They're amazing. It's chocolate blossoms. The like peanut butter cookies with the Hershey's Kiss on top. It's my favorite. It's good. I love them. They sound good because they are good! They're amazing! And I only ever get to have them like every once in a while. No, not only chocolate chip, but chocolate chip cookie is very good. I do love chocolate chip cookies a lot. They're pretty much my second favorite. But I love peanut butter blossoms. Why must you crave ice cream in this weather? I feel that. I feel that. I grew up in a northern state. So it's always just like I want ice cream, but it's negative 30 degrees outside. Why do I do this to myself? Those do sound good though. They are good. Valid. I wasn't even thinking about macarons. they're so high quality that it's like its own like dessert. It feels like macarons are my favorite, actually. I take it back. Macarons are my favorite. You gotta have them fresh. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Also valid, Omega. I'm the same way. I almost prefer cookies uncooked most of the time. Because sometimes people cook it too long and it's just hard and you just bite into basically cardboard and it's just like, it just sucks. Like, this isn't what I want out of a cookie. I want it to be soft, but like have like a nice snap. But be soft in the middle and like be warm and melty in the mouth. That's the ideal cookie. But most people can't nail that. So cookie dough, I'm gonna be honest, is pretty good. Send me cold. Yeah. I like cookie dough not in its like normal form. I like it when it's like chilled or frozen. Oh, I have had mochi ice cream before. I've actually have mochi ice cream in my freezer right now. I've got some I got some mango mochi. Yeah, mochi good, mochi good. Hi, Alistair. Mochi needs more tea. Oh my god! The audacity of this man. Strawberry mochi is yummy. Agree. It's super good. Pasteurize the egg and it's good to go. Fuck yeah! Your brother made peanut butter cookies and they were so hard you have to have 3 teeth popped out of your mouth. They were like the baby teeths, right? Not the biggie teeths. I want to like coffee. But my taste buds are babies and they can't handle bitter things. So I have to destroy my coffee by covering it in cream and I can basically only have frappuccinos. I like coffee ice cream. That happened when you tried to make brownies, they were burnt. No! I'm sorry. I like brownies when they're like just barely undercooked and then you like put them on like a cold countertop. So they're just like just melty. Like it's just You bought mochi ice cream from Woodsman's before? They were big teeth? Oh shit, fuck. Blurp? What do you mean by blurp? Love the smell of coffee, but not the taste. Too bitter. Rather have a shake. Valid. Absolutely same. Same. I can't do better. I can't do better. I have a sweet tooth. That being said, I like adding coffee to basically any type of drink that I have or enjoy. Like, adding a little bit of coffee to hot cocoa is pretty sick. I love adding coffee to ice cream, milkshakes, the frappuccinos in general are just amazing, which I consider more like cream than coffee, I guess. You will like coffee, finger quotations, when you wake up on a cold winter's day. Why do that when I can have hot chocolate? Also, full Fenrir Moon. Thank you so much for the 5 months. Almost perfect streak too. That's incredible. Thank you. Dude. I'm seeing more and more of my party for Myriad, and I'm just getting more and more excited. I don't know if I'm allowed to leak them, but I will say one thing is that I get to roleplay with someone that I did before, and I'm really excited to roleplay with them again. Blurp? FX? The sound effect? You mean the singing thing? Probably because it's too early in the stream. Hot cocoa is the shit. I should make some. I should have made some before stream. That's on me. That's on me. Is my honey awake or is he asleep? Hold on. Hey, you... Hot cocoa, please, cat face? There we go. Who knows if this, this act of prayer will work, but maybe it will. Maybe he will have pity upon me. But for now, water. Ah. Elixir of the gods. Oh! I haven't added blurp, I don't think. Or I haven't added anything to blurp. I haven't figured out that functionality yet. My bad. Sorry, it's not a thing yet. I should get on that though. I should really get on that. Maybe I'll set that up tomorrow. Water, nature's fruit juice? Yeah. Matthew, it's probably because I haven't had it, I don't have it enabled. That's probably why it's not working for you. Oh my god, Conf, that would be awful. Didn't that happen to Uzu? Like, she had a scream happen in the middle of RP and she, like, had a heart attack. Pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, I know that Manmanera did it. Thank you for the bits, Matthew! Happy New Year's to you as well! How do you get into role-playing with other people like you do with AA and stuff? You think it's amazing, but you have no idea how to get started on meeting people? Okay, two entirely different questions there. Are you asking how to get into roleplay in general, or how to get into the roleplays that I'm a part of? That would be awful, dude, bro. Leave it to chat to keep a streamer on their toes, pretty much. Oh. One thing I am going to be implementing soon, once I get my shit together, I guess. I'm going to be implementing a system for you guys to be able to screw with me while I'm playing video games. Like, and, you'll be able to do things like flip my screen while I'm playing it, or, make me unable to press any key on the keyboard, make my keys inverted. It's crazy stuff like that. General story-driven roleplays? Okay, for that one, this is all you really gotta do. Roleplay in general is very, very, roleplay by its nature is story-driven. If you want to have a story-driven in roleplay, it's pretty much on you to, push it forward. If you're looking for the best, like, starting ground for VR chat in general, that would be Purple Lotus is what I would recommend. If you have no, like, other friends to roleplay with, I would just take a walk through there, introduce yourself, mingle, rub some elbows, and see if there's any people that you really, like, jive with. Add them and just roleplay with them. That's it. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. If you want to learn how to join Purple Lotus, you just have to join through Sachi's Discord. I believe his Twitch username is SachiVR, and there's a whole like list of information on how to do things there. Or else, if you want something that isn't VR, and like let's say you're a desktop and all you've got is your mic working for you, I have a Minecraft roleplay server, and the only bar for entry is literally just being a sub for at least season 1. So that's a great way to get yourself started on a much more beginner-friendly section of roleplay as well.
Minecraft.
And I roleplay there as well, so you can actually interact with me every once in a while once I do play. Hey, I'm happy to help. That's why I do these. I am doing fantastic, Neon. Silent, what's also yeah, go ahead and link that for me. Also, Silent, I'm curious, what's your take on that? Silent has been role-playing for a long time as well, and I respect her opinion immensely. She is one of my oldest friends, and definitely one of my most trusted. I would take a bullet for her any day. Beginning roleplay, basically, in general. Like, how to get started and what to do. I answer it about, like, pretty much every talking stream, I think, but I don't mind, because if it helps people, it helps people. That's what matters. I know basically nothing about Magic the Gathering. Sorry, my hands are being freaky. I wanted to touch my cookie jar that's sitting to the right of me right now. I like Magic of the Gathering in theory, but I know very little about it. I do like card games, though. I know more about Yu-Gi-Oh! Than I would about Magic of the Gathering, for instance. Freaky jazz hands. Freaky jazz hands is like spirit fingers to me.
Yu-Gi-Oh! RP in 7 days to die. I mean, I feel like there would be a good roleplay server for that, because it has like its own skill trees that you can work with, so you can like actually have like a set power set system. I think it's possible to actually roleplay in that. Yeah, Callista and I both played Yu-Gi-Oh! Before. Not together, but in general. I've got a lovely wife. Oh, Silent. By the way, so you know how I have glasses? That might be changing soon. I'm trying to go get like eye surgery soon. Well, not eye surgery. What's it called? LASIK? So I won't need to wear glasses anymore, and I can just see good. Can you imagine just being able to see? I look better with glasses. However, it gets in the way with my facial tracking. Yeah, I know glasses aesthetic. You know what I'm probably gonna do, Silent, is I'm probably just gonna have like glass versions and just like use them for sunglasses because they have transition lenses. I look better with them, way better. I love the glasses aesthetic so much. I have considered contacts. I had to wear contacts for a month because my glasses broke in high school and I hated it. My eyes kept on burning because I kept putting it in wrong. Never again. Never. You like my ooh face?
Me too. I like my goofies. Knowing how Pepega you are, you'd put contacts in the wrong way every time and hurt yourself, plus you're squeamish. You know, putting the contact in itself isn't the thing that's scary to me. It's the, there was a thing that I was told by my eye doctor, which was when you put in contacts, you can't rub your eye, or else you might scratch your fucking eye with the contact. And I hated that as a concept. Scary. You cut your eye with your contact? I just hate having, like, the feeling of something on there, because I'm painfully aware of, like, too many things. So, like, just the knowledge that I have, like, a film on my eyeballs is, like... Stick with glasses very much? Yeah, exactly. Like, what's the point of going for contacts unless you got, like, some really cool-looking ones, you know? Like, the shit that you wear for, like, cosplays. Here, put this piece of sharp on your eyeball. It's not sharp! It's like, it's actually very soft. But, like, it fucking hurts sometimes when you put it on. Like, I don't know if it's just like there's like a piece of like debris on there because it's so fucking hard to get it in or something, but it's like You wore contacts in high school to play sports ball because glasses and helmets bad. Yeah, pretty much. Also with my like eyes like slowly getting worse as time is going on, I kind of want to have I kind of want them to be lasered because I think it's hindering my time in VR because I'm realizing I'm having trouble reading chat a little bit, but I'm not sure if that's just because like my like maybe just my headset's dirty or it becomes dirty later on as I go in because they I doubt the people who made headsets expected people to be playing in VR as long as I am, so have glasses, yay. Yeah, glasses aesthetic. Brother tried to go for contacts for a bit. He had someone to hold his eye open for him because his body refused to cooperate. Yeah, some people be that way. You think you look better in glasses, but you have 20/20, so you have no real need to wear them. Yeah, I get you. I look way better in glasses too. Like, I feel like there was something severely missing when I don't have glasses on my face. But what I'm probably gonna do is, yeah, like I said, just make clear glasses. Yo, Neon, grats! There's definitely contacts that help with astigmatism. They have like they have contacts for like specifically your left and right eye. Because I have astigmatism too. They tried to force you into contacts because other people did not like glasses and wanted contacts. You're happy to have never worn them and refused to this day. Valid. Yo, hi Inkybot. Welcome, welcome. Pleasure's all mine. You're gonna be a derpy pug fighter? Oh, that's cute. Insomnia? Ah, valid. My sleeping schedule is just completely garbage because of the projects I'm a part of, so that is just what it is, unfortunately. What's a sleeping schedule? Yes! Silent, remember when we tried to start, like, all the RPs in VR chat at 6 p.m.? Dude, we fought for that shit, but people just kept pushing it back an hour until it started at 11 p.m. at night again! It just kept happening! I just want to sleep! When it
dark and wake up when it's day! New chair arriving today and old chair literally broke yesterday. Oh. Slowly we are whittling them down. Yeah, it has to be like an entire like several year process where we just pick them back an hour. Fighting! Imagine sleeping at a reasonable time and not 5 in the morning. Couldn't be me! Fuck. You felt that schedule pain in your soul? You could rage right now, but it doesn't even affect you. Well, you see, Comp, but the reason why the internet's inactive as fuck is because everyone's doing this stupid schedule thing. That's why! If everyone was on the same schedule, waking up that early would be lit. Also, the times when I actually, like, wake up, like, at day at a normal hour, like, when my sleeping schedule was fixed, over the course of Christmas break, I felt amazing! And now I'm back to this shit. There's just this incentive to stay up later and later at night because everyone's like, because everyone's always up late. All of your friends are awake so late at night. Updates on the Myriad. I know who my next, someone, joined the Myriad Discord. I don't know if I'm allowed to say anything, but I can say at least this much, I think. It's someone I'd roleplayed with before, and I'm really excited to roleplay with again. So far, I think 5 members? Guarantee 5 Discord friends right now are on Discord talking. Yeah, pretty much. I know mine are. Yes, again, I say. Granted, I've been role-playing for 18 years. So good luck guessing. I've roleplayed with a lot of people. Little parts of me are turning pink. I don't give a fuck about what you think. Now my diamonds look just like the sing. I love this song. You know that part where you sit and meticulously make a plan? Don't do that. Oh, wait. You usually like to play cunning characters that always have a plan, but feel a little envious of players that fly off the handle and do whatever. Was wondering, how do you play such characters? Oh! That's my specialty! Okay, so... the difference is that when you play cunning characters, you don't make a plan. You become paranoid. And plan for every possible scenario that could possibly exist. Make a big giant web of different plots and ideas so that no matter what your DM or friends make up, you're always one step ahead of them. And no matter what, you'll be on top. Unstoppable. So the answer is simple. Don't just make one plan. Think up goals and keep a nice little handy-dandy corkboard of all of your resources and ways how you think you can gently nudge pieces into place. Because you see, you're never going to get exactly what you plan for. That's just not how reality works. No one can be Lelouch because the only way that Lelouch can exist is if for
everything was scripted, and roleplay does not quite that. So you just need to be a cunning fuck who is very perceptive and pays attention to people's behavior so that you can predict them the best way you can. Or the best way possible. Just in general. That's how I'm playing Soliton. That's also how I played Varel. Hey, Silent, remember Varel? I miss that party. Floros was such a good campaign. Also never play a character smarter than you are. Pretty much! The only exception for that is if, like, for in D&D, you, brain. You do, like, various checks so that your DM tells you about stuff that you should know. Otherwise, don't do it. Plan's a whole character that you think players are like only for them to make friends with a bucket with crab legs. Yeah, well, I mean, that's just how it is. You can't know what characters that your players will, like, attach themselves to or like. It's in the essence of the nature of these things. Sometimes it's just what people connect to is only something that they will know. Good morning, Lil Raptor. Only where I will pay. Oh God, I'm sorry, Stir. I can adjust if need be, no problemo.
Still my withering heart yearns for peace and mercy, but I'm ready for revolution now, so let the blood stain the ground.
Oh wait, how do you play a character opposite to that? Like one that doesn't plan? Like just one that just does things because they do things? Okay, so if you want to play a character that's impulsive, the answer is simple. You just be impulsive. But I will have a little bit of a note and a caveat to that. Try not to let your bullshit take up too much time. Because there are sometimes campaigns where you have too many impulsive people, or someone's antics kind of go so crazy off the wall that it takes up the entire session, or it becomes a hindrance to your fellow players, which is not fun. Yeah, yes, sir. Absolute. Oh, okay. Oh, well, I can adjust that easy then. Just make them wear a suit. Simple as that. Internet funny man in chat, yes. It's my good friend Stir. Grapekeeper Lore Master? Oh, okay. That helps. So it's not so much that they're mages so much as they are spellcasters. Okay. Alright, I can adjust then. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. If you were playing about it. The secret is to not be so much. But, oh shit. Hold on, let me open up my Streamlabs so I can actually read that. Hold on. My bad. Okay. Yeah, that's an easy, simple fix, then.
Fingers crossed. Happy New Year for you, Uni. Thanks for the live stream content and VOD galore that helped you through the hellscape of this year. Here, have some snack puns. Thank you so much, Raptor. That's so nice of you. Thank you. The secret ingredient is crime. No, I mean, like, I can, it's good to have that, like, that little, like, particular... How would I put it? It's not exactly flavor, but like the exact, like the precise nature of the mages clarified for me, because it helps a lot. Yo, yeah, sure, absolutely, Stir, absolutely. I'm not sure if you want to do that right now, though. Hey, you don't care? You don't care, not your stream? Oh, okay, bet. All right, hold on. Well, this is sick. I am definitely not going to be upset to hear more about Myriad shit on my stream. Absolutely fantastic. All right. Here, I'll just call you. That'll be easy. What's up, my dude? Hello. Let me turn you up so they can hear you.
Okay.
This will probably make it much easier. Guys, how are the levels now?
Destroyed, idiot. Get the fuck on a reset.
That's way quieter than you were.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
No, not that one. Not that one. No, I don't know where it is. There we go.
Oh no, what are you doing?
So I sound good?
I think so. I'm turning down my music so that you can be a little bit more audible. There we go.
Yeah, sometimes because you're the number one fan, I think I've held back on explaining some things I just assumed you had the full context of.
Yeah, it's fair.
It's like, you know, I don't want to talk down to the Myriad lore master.
I'm not the lore master. I'm but a humble servant trying their best to understand the grand canvas of which you have presented to me. So no, I actually prefer when you actually the shit out of me. So I'm like, oh, really? Good. Let me just adjust my notes real quick.
One of my biggest regrets from the first campaign was not having enough stuff pre-established to where if a player is like, hey, I want to be this, I can just be like, fine, you can be whatever you want. And now I actually have enough of a framework to say, no, hold on.
Yeah, hold on a second. Wait.
Because I want a world where like, oh yeah, I want everyone to play what they want, but also it's kind of irrelevant if you're playing like some random shit that doesn't exist, then you don't
yeah
world and you're a little lost. Another thing related to your whole situation is, so Scarlet is an ossuary keeper. Her main shtick is that she collects all of the dead from the town. She keeps their bones because she has one of the abilities to, if she touches objects, she can hear the myriad in the object, and she keeps like a history of the town through the bones of the dead.
That's so fucking cool.
Yeah, so she's got a gigantic bone sanctuary, and she also is the only, I guess, yeah, double checking because of the players.
Okay.
She's the only town NPC occultist, but she is very, very cautious and restrictive. And if you ask her, it's like, hey, can you look up this thing in a book and teach me about this occult thing? She'll be like, yeah, give me a week. So I can read the book as slow as possible to make sure no one goes crazy.
I remember her actually mentioning that in the like little bits of when I was playing Camarilla.
Yeah, she's super deliberate, and you might even remember her gaslighting Ashley's character a shit ton.
Yeah, I do remember.
Ashley's character was, and she's still going to be in the game, though a little bit different, is her daughter, who she would ideally like to somewhat be her predecessor because someone in the town needs to be the ossuary keeper, but her
Right.
daughter is not well behaved and not trustworthy. So that's not going super well.
Oh, that's gonna be funny when with the one thing that I'm probably keeping about my character, which is the stuff that I had more or less discussed with you, with them just seemingly being completely perfect in every possible convention.
Yeah, you're gonna have to save a lot of sanity cast for her because she's unimpressible.
That's gonna be great. Anxiety
but
child,
yeah.
let's go.
Magic is a bit more lenient in here, and she's the one main like person who would like if you did some gigantic occult ritual or doing a lot of casting, she'd be the one trying to like scold you or convince you that you shouldn't be so
Reckless.
yes, reckless. Sideways is a bit different from the rest of the world because you're not tied to anything else. You're kind of your own little city, so magic is a little bit more free and open. But definitely if like travelers were coming through the town and you were like, hey, I'm a magician. That's why I was like, wait a second. Like a magician is like the most awful thing you could be in lore. Like, you're a what?
I wasn't I think when I was making it in my mind, it was more so that it had the magician aesthetic as opposed to them running around being like, oh yeah, I'm a mage. But
Oh yeah, I heard from Ashley. She was like, oh, she wants to be a magician. I was like, hold up.
okay. I'm glad you caught me with this. okay, all right.
There's like
Because
there's
the
not
thing,
really a concept of magician, but if you were like, hey, you know, I do like magical tricks, people would just be scared of you.
no.
Like, I'm not fucking with that. But a lot of the people who travel through Sideways are already under the assumption that you're a whole bunch of like occult heretics
True.
anyway. So like it's still up to you how far you want to go into it. So I'm not saying don't.
Yeah.
But I just want to give the context of
no, it's
your
good
whole life,
context to
everyone would be
have.
terrified.
It's good context to have, especially considering what kind of thing I'm trying to do with the character. So, yeah, I can change that outfit up. Generally speaking, the outer paper foil doesn't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things. I was just thinking of cool character design, as opposed to like which would probably like match up thematically with the personality type, but it's not too needed like at all, because like again, like the thing that I was mostly going for was just the whole like, oh yes, I'm perfect, and then they cast that one spell, and then if they fuck up, then no one will know.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're going for. Like, if you fuck up your magic trick too, then you just be like, mind erase.
Yeah.
I did it fine.
Probably what they would if they were to do any like magic tricks like that, which I don't think that they will. I think what they might be doing is they might just be like deliberately they're basically the person in the party where if you need someone to distract someone, that's your person, because she can be like, hey, just look at this really hard, and then just like waste time for a minute, make them forget, and then walk away. Or just like be like, hey, look over there. Just other crap like that.
Yeah.
Like that's probably the kind of spell focus she's gonna have.
That spell also was there for like the context of what I'm saying is, you know, if you do some occult crazy bullshit and people freak out and they don't have the reaction you expected, it's like,
Yeah.
what do you do?
Yeah. I would be probably gaining a lot of madness. Which wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
I saw how bad it was. I don't want to fuck over the party. No.
It's worse than it used to be.
It's worse?
It is very significantly worse than
Oh
it used
god,
to be.
it was already awful. Okay.
Because now if you get a madness and then mess it up or like fail the madness, I can't remember if I was explaining to you that your whole party gets a debuff.
Yeah.
Forever.
I remember you saying that. I just didn't know that like the effects themselves were worse. Yeah.
The madnesses themselves might not necessarily be worse before they are pretty bad in terms of like stacking
Yeah.
individually for your character basically dying at 4. But now the individual madness isn't so bad, but the stacking debuff for your whole party is very bad.
Okay. All right. I know one thing I am keeping is that they still obviously are going to like magic. They just won't express that much.
Yeah, the one exception is that opulence magic with wealth and clerics is not evil. And ironically, lighting yourself on fire is totally fine.
Totally chill.
Yeah, that's actually the most chill you could be, because it's kind of like witch trial stuff, where if they light a witch on fire and they don't burn, then they must not have been a witch. Because it's like they're already pure. The fire didn't purify them because they were already pure.
That's amazing.
Wealth isn't evil. Yep. It's the moral compass there.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I think what I could probably do is like do away with the whole mask thing. I was gonna have an idea for that, but it's not necessary. It would just unnerve people anyway. Would there be any problems with girls wearing suits? It was
no.
like a okay, cool. Also, it was like a magician's mask, like something you would see on Tuxedo Mask, for instance. Like I was basically going for a Tuxedo Mask vibe, but girl.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, no, I had no intention of them running around advertising that they're a mage. They'd be kind of doing well to hide that fact, I'd imagine. Because, like, the very nature of their power works better if no one knows.
And yeah, like I said, Eden is super fancy with the clothes, so you get a lot of that from there. And I was also going to say that Liana's character was interested in leaving to become a fashion designer.
Oh.
Before, like, it was deep in her backstory and never came up, but she's probably going to maintain some of that. And there's one other guy in town that no one likes who wears, like, a super bright green, weird-ass coat, and he thinks it's cool, and he was the only one before.
Okay. Oh man. Oh wait. Okay, well there's a lot of like really fun story things I can do if I just have actually garbage clothing then. And just let her do fashionista things. Alright, bet.
Bet. I'm betting.
I'm betting and I'm gonna win. Alright, cool. So I guess probably what I can do is, if I wanted to keep the suit thing, I don't need the suit thing. I think I'm probably gonna keep like the the fucking wacky hair thing, which is just like, have you ever like seen how like a pearl looks? Where it's just like,
Yeah, I think I saw some of the images of that.
yeah, it's. I wish I had explained it better to them on first try. I kind of fucked it up. Basically, like, there's a lot of like cartoons or I guess anime that has like white hair, and they don't just like do what the traditional artist thing is, which is like shade it with like blue or purple, but instead they just shade it with other bright colors. Giving it an iridescent look, and that's basically the only thing I had in my concept that I wanted completely 100% for sure, I guess.
Okay.
It's not like glowing. I made it seem like I wanted glowing hair. No, I'm a human.
I'm an angel.
I'm perfect. Thank you for clarifying that for me.
Yeah.
Also, someone asked earlier, am I allowed to tell them who's all in the game yet?
I don't want to yet. I want to get
Okay,
the whole
I'm
group
not
and
saying
then
anything then.
Announce.
Valid.
But
Someone
like
said,
a pretty spicy group.
oh yeah, I love the group so far. Like I was already hyped with like the first person, and the second person came in, and the third person came in.
Oh shit. I gotta get one more person. It's still one more.
Oh, I can't wait.
Oh, and the last person, you don't even know.
Oh. Oh, I
It's
can't
Barack
wait.
Obama.
We're bringing it, Barack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he contacted me. He loves this.
Sick. It would actually be it would actually be fucking cool to do a D&D game. I'm sorry, not D&D, a tabletop game with the president or one of the older presidents, like any of them really, but like, dude.
To anyone who doesn't belong there, you always used to joke about Obama having a Twitch stream and how like goofy it would be.
It would be really interesting. Oh. I don't know how, but one player got leaked. It wasn't by me though.
Octopimp, I did mention in my stream that he is.
Okay. I wasn't sure where that came from. Just one of my friends just came into my stream and said, "Yo, you're playing with so and so." I'm like, how did they know?
Yeah, he got a very, very early on invite when he ran like 150 match sets with me in Guilty Gear. I was like, dude, I'm gonna have to invite you. Like, you run 100 sets with me and I win 3, I owe you. On like multiple occasions. So
Hell yes.
that naturally he's fun to roleplay with from Shattered Crowns. And, you know.
Oh,
voice
yeah.
actors are always good, no matter what.
Yeah, no, that group was sick.
Curious how memey his character is gonna be. He just asked me which class has the rocket launcher, and I told him I'd sneak one into his inventory.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm gonna cover for these guys so much, which was not the original intention, but I'm very quickly seeing that it's gonna go that way.
I mean, it's a useful ability considering the conversation in the original game that Moon had with certain so-and-sos.
Yeah.
The mind eraser would have been.
Yeah.
Could put that on the table.
It's just like, hey, by the way, in case you didn't know, I can basically quick save and reload if need be any conversation, so long as people stand really close together. Also,
Hey, before we have this chat, can we all huddle up?
it's just like, hey guys, hold on. Huddle up. We're having like just a quick little party meeting. Oh, and then just immediately step away, and it's just like, wow, why are you guys hugging? Am I missing something? Why was I not included? Okay, hold on, let me get in here. They're just like, why are we doing this? What happened? Oh gosh, yeah, Little Raptor. I know Octopimp from Homestuck too, and he's gonna hate that. He's gonna hate it so much.
I didn't know about any of that, and I saw his like reviewing the old video streams, and I was like, this is pure pain. I don't know anything about Homestuck at all, so.
It's actually pretty cool. The way that I would describe it is that there are kids who play a game which destroys their world, and if they succeed, they become gods of a new universe. And the main mechanic is that character development actually comes into very specific power sets. So, like, hypothetically, there's a Tsundere character. If they manage to actually open up and be sincere with their emotions without, you know, fucking punching people, then their powers get stronger, for instance.
I thought it was just a whole bunch of people that joked around on the internet.
No, but that happens when a community gets big enough. Everything goes to shit. Especially when, God forbid, your community is like really, really young, which a lot of people were at the time. Like, I think Homestuck at its peak, most of its members were like, what, 14 to 16?
and it was like their first time going to anime conventions, so they did like the first time anime conventions problems, but it was all condensed into one fucking group. So it had kind of caused some issues. If Cocteau gets trapped in a house at any point, the chat's gonna go insane. Oh god. He already is! COVID!
I don't know why, but I guess I have to trap him in a house now.
Trap him in a house and have a bucket in the corner, and he will just cry.
He'll never talk to me. I like don't know what this is about, but I can tell it's on that level.
You probably shouldn't do it, but it would be. I would
If he
laugh,
gains
but
the
in a very
madness.
mean-spirited way.
That's definitely like the meta madness.
Oh, wait! We get a madness, and what you do is you just take audio clips with your Go XLR, some of his old Homestuck videos, and you just play it.
you hear insane whispers from time to time, and it's like his own voice.
It's just his Aridin voice, in particular his Aridin or Equius voice. God. If you don't... Equius and Aridin are basically the biggest losers of the Homestuck character roster, just so you know. So they say a lot of cringy shit.
A lot of them seem that way.
Yeah, but them in particular, so it's extra bad. I feel like that would slowly kill Octo's soul, implying it's not already dead.
Did you, your character, have any interest in any of the specific birth signs?
Yeah.
Not for like the mechanical effect.
For like just like the just the vibe that you got from it.
Yeah.
Let me open them up again because I know that I wanted specifically the occult ones. Oh shoot.
Oh shoot.
Where's the picture?
The picture that's on that site is actually going to be wrong. Slightly. Because, which one was it? Apotheosis and Pandemonium switched. Apotheosis is not a cult. Wait. No. Which one? Something flipped at some point. So
No,
Pandemonium I
paranoid.
know was not a cult, and it is now.
Okay.
And I think Poet was a cult and it is not, and now that must be what switched. Yeah, that's correct.
I know in general, Myriad was really cool, just as an entity.
It'd be everything.
Oh yeah, it's everything, which is appealing to me because corkboard. I can't wait to have the most complicated series of notes. I know you know, but I don't think some of my community quite understands like the length of note-taking that I do, is that I transcribe shit word for word as it's being said.
Oh yeah, it was good.
It helped a lot because there were situations where I didn't think that something could be significant, but then it was.
I think that you as a guest character took more notes than all the players did. Like by the end of it, you had theories that you were telling me about, and like no other player did.
Do I have a steno keyboard of some sort? No, just a standard mechanical. I just have a 145 word per minute typing speed is how. I type very fast. And anything I flub, I usually go back on the VOD for.
Yeah,
Or
but if you read your
I
notes,
ask
you
someone
gain a
else.
madness.
That's fucking cruel. That's cruel. Your party gets madness. Christy has to throw away her notes.
I have a Trojan on her computer. I just know she's looking at it.
It's like, Christy, put on screen share. Why? Go onto your Google Docs. Press delete. No! Where's Opia?
I'm trying to find it. I took notes on your crackpot theory. I can't, it's somewhere in here.
I remember it still.
I think I remember it, but I still want to find it.
Oh god. I'm looking at the aspect thing on the wiki. I'm just realizing how far away everything is. You weren't there. You were there. Oh goodness me.
Yeah,
Could
I'll
you
send
send
on
me the
Discord
picture
the
for the
updated one.
yeah. Bless, thank you. When do you feel like it's appropriate to take notes? Anything that you think could be significant. I am obsessive and I take notes of basically everything. Like, at the end of, like, closer to, like, basically the moment that, like, Violet Death was ever introduced, I started not only take notes of, like, just lore, period, but I was actually, transcribing conversations to, like, keep that authenticity. So that I could just whip it out whenever I wanted, because Hackney kind of... she wanted to make sure that if someone was Violet Death, that she would still remember them. Yeah, I know. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. You have saved my life. Good picture,
That's all
good
it
picture.
took.
Absolutely, all I need is lore to sustain me.
I also have the lo-fi version.
The lo-fi?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so cool though. I'm not even showing it to my community because I don't think that I should or can.
No, you can.
I can? Okay. Let me download this sucker.
Oh. Mean
Oh my god.
actual transparent one.
Sure if you want.
I need to finish the for realsies one, but it's been a pain.
You're working on a lot of stuff.
I am. The infographic thingies I was working on stream went in a totally different direction the more I started working on it. It became like a whole video edited thing with like video effects, and I found a way to randomly choose videos from a folder.
Ooh.
So I can just have like, 100 randomized, loading screen videos that just get pulled up during downtime.
Mmm.
When is the Myriad session set to happen? It should be a session 0 in like a few weeks. There's no set scheduled date soon. I'll definitely announce it on my Twitter when it happens. But I'm still grabbing the last player, and then we need to confirm a day that we can all play. So
Right.
soon, like that might be like within a week. The session 0 will be confirmed when it's gonna happen.
Okay, cool. You came at a pretty good time for my side because I don't actually have many things in my schedule at all.
I have
So
nothing.
I got all the time.
Wait, no, that's not true. I don't have nothing.
The only
don't know.
things that would get in the way are already so late that you wouldn't want to start then anyway, basically.
Yeah, like past a certain time, I'm not a late night streamer. It's midnight here. I'm not doing anything.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Pandemonium is good too. I think it's going to be pretty much between the Myriad and Pandemonium.
Yeah, within the context of the birth signs, the Myriad is also technically all the birth signs.
Hmm.
So, that's the I can't choose choice.
Yeah. I like it just for like the pure potential aspect, but like
and
anything could become anything sort of philosophy.
it's less obvious too, but death is also in there in the occult, and Legion is also technically everything, but is not a selectable birth sign.
Hmm. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Hmm. Death would be interesting as well, I think. Because it'd be poetic for her kind of she does do the fuck up, but she tries to fix it. TM. But yeah, so I think in general it's pretty much Pandemonium, Myriad, or Death, I guess. Just looking at a pure like description standard.
Nodders.
Nodders.
I'm agreeing.
Flavor matters more. Oh, but yeah, in general though, Star, don't ever feel like you're talking down to me. I like it when I'm wrong. Which is why I'm really excited for your campaign, because in general I'm going to be wrong a lot. And it's gonna be great.
I have a problem of not wanting to explain the same thing that someone already knows, and they're just nodding along like, yeah, and they don't like stop you.
I see.
As a streamer, the worst thing that you could have, because you have to re-explain yourself 100 times, but I somehow still struggle with it. Or on any stream, I'm like, oh wait, someone has heard this story before. Oh no.
I get you. I have to more or less answer the same question every stream, but I don't mind doing it too much. It just becomes a rhythm. But when I guess when there's not quite a connection there, then you gotta, or at least I try to find a different way to explain it, because sometimes it just doesn't quite connect for some people.
Every time,
yeah.
I try and explain it a different way every time until I've run out of time, like ways to explain it. Then it's like, I'm sick of it.
Yeah. No one likes repeating themselves. Flavor. Yes, Omega.
Yeah, that's about all I got.
Yeah, all right. If you want to hang out, you can. I'm just vibing, just answering questions whenever.
I'm slowly pushing things around until they work better.
Oh, you're working on stuff right now?
Trying to. Ashley just sent me some stuff. I'm trying to set it up and sort it all out. Also, everything
Alright.
broke earlier, and apparently I had too many item modifiers, and
Oh.
map tools ran out of memory for them all.
I think I
made too
experienced
much
that
stuff.
when I was doing the
Dude.
character creation thing because I looked at the like starting equipment stuff and everything froze. But then it was okay after like 2 minutes.
Huh, it would be very different than that. It would like actually give you an overflow error.
I didn't get booted, but everything was frozen for a hot minute.
Kind of weird. Don't worry, everything will definitely work on the day it needs to.
I'm just sending some Ashley. I'm sending Ashley updates because whoops, before she works on anything. I don't think that she would this early, but you never know. It's
Not
better to
sure
be
that
proactive.
A bunch of things came up, and I'm not sure she's going to until after the session 0.
That is fair.
So slight possibility.
All right. Well, I mean, whatever someone's method is someone's method, and sometimes schedule is kind of like, you never know.
Oh fuck.
Are there eye color restrictions?
No. I would just avoid.
Yeah, not
My
not
rule of thumb is avoiding going to anime.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to go anime. I'm just going colors.
Usually that question ends up being like, one is bright blue, one is bright red because they're ice and fire.
Nah.
That's a little too far.
If I was to go eye color, it'd be more like their hair, where it's like just like silvery with like different color shading. But even then, I'm not really gonna be super specific about it. Before I was gonna go with like the whole tuxedo mask thing, where it's just white, just all the way. So it's just, you know, sort of like how she has for no, not albino, just like that. You know that like how Robin from Teen Titans has that mask and he's just like all white all the way through.
Yeah.
Basically that. Like you just
well,
don't
Ashley's
see
gonna
it.
draw every character like that anyway.
Oh, well, then bet.
Most of the characters drawn don't really have eyes.
Remembered like one of them did, but but only the one. Or irises, rather.
Yeah. Yeah, Kenneth had eyes. That counts.
Kenneth had eyes. He needs. Yo, Jay, good to see you. Oh my god. Meaning of life on his sub mark. Tier 3, look at this man's. How are you doing, dude? I've got stirring call right now.
True.
How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, sort of like how my eyes are now on this particular model. Alright, so good to know then, because I won't even specify what my eyes are like to her then. Just the hair. There you go. Chilling, just having a good night? Fuck yeah. I'm gonna actually scroll through my chat now. Sorry, I was ignoring you guys for a little bit. Hyperfixations be that way a little bit. Let's see what I missed. Oh shit. Fosh, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Dominotes. Thank you. That's so nice of you. Yeah, repost the questions if you had them. That would be a mercy on me. Glowing purple eyes. I've never played any of the it's called like PHBs. None of the like pre-made campaigns from Wizards of the Coast. No. When are the Myriad sessions slated to happen? Undetermined for now. It'll happen when it happens. You're still on a quest to find a campaign where you can actually RP instead of being led around along from one mission to another. You want to become your characters. That sucks. I've had DMs like that. It's not fun being a part of a campaign where you can't even play your character and they're just... Either they just constantly exposition dump or... There's no true downtime.
Downtime.
Downtime's the shit.
Yeah, that's why you're all forced to have downtime or go crazy.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I never like when your life is moment to moment. You can't ever stop moving and you become like a cartoon character. You don't actually get a chance to be human. And it's just this sense of like... I don't know, like when you look back at a campaign you play for like 3 months and it was like 2 days of in-game time, you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
How did we do all of that?
Yeah,
The 3 kingdoms are saved. Wow, it took you a week. Yeah, well, no problem.
Stars align, the right shall come to bear, illuminate the signs,
You try to give your players a lot of RP time? Yeah. The best DMs I've ever had are ones that actually just, like, take a step back and say, okay, how do you guys want to spend your morning? Like, what do you do when you, how do you prepare yourself for the day? What's breakfast like? Or, just take a general step back in general and say, What do you want to do? And they don't even necessarily outline, like, the big impending missions. It's just, what do you want to do right now? Or they, like, purposefully have things set up so that you guys can actually, like, wind down and process all the things that you went through and, like, actually talk to each other. Maybe have something, like, fun that you can... that is, like, ultimately really, really lighthearted to, like, have your players, like, engage in it. Like, I don't know, like a festival, and you can let your players like play like really silly things like the goldfish game or something.
I think some of my favorite sessions ever were always like going to a random party that had nothing to do with the quest we were on.
Yeah, the camp stuff. Literally the best part. It was just literally interacting with the other parties. That was it. I felt like that was the times where you could actually be your character, as opposed to just being caricatures.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's better when the players can actually RP, because sometimes I've like, you know, left some air for like, okay, what do you do? And everyone's like dead silent. I've seen a lot of that in games.
Yeah.
You know, as a player, where it's like, okay, no, okay, I'm gonna have to like do something, because
if no one knows what they want to do,
falling asleep. Yeah.
Sometimes, whenever I run into that kind of problem with my games, it's not so much a problem now, but like I had to ease my players into being comfortable with just doing things, you know?
Yeah, like it comes with time too when they get familiar, because everyone on session 1, even like well-versed RPers, a lot of times will not have their character's identity down for an episode or two, so it's good to give them some stuff to do and then let them ease into it on their own.
Yeah, or like you can like make something really provoking, like of a particular character, like putting in like something from their backstory into it to like that help them get engaged or make their character passionate. Even if they don't necessarily share it with the party yet, like just something to be like, whoa, this is happening, and they suddenly have like something that's actively working with their character in that moment that can help them like drive scenes even when things are down, and you can have like the players like interact like, hey, why are you sweating? Are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? And they're just like, no! Or maybe they actually do talk about it. Either way, it helps like set up interactions for the future or in that exact moment. Basically, roleplay bait.
Play bait.
That's why you love it when the group relax at camp around the fire. Yep, literally the best part. Elite Trooper, thank you so much for the 11 months. That's incredible. You're literally a month away from a year, and you have the full streak too. You're so... I appreciate you. Thank you. Aw, and thank you for the nice message too. Okay, so any advice on role-playing as a boss for a business/job for someone who wants to start a roleplay that is slice of life as an innkeeper? Got good notes like salary from what you guys at Camp Curry are doing. Got curious if Uni could give some advice. Your inventory and you're tracking inventory and income, so you want to spend, or is that overthinking it? Okay. Important question. Are you the player or are you the DM? Because how I answer this is going to be very different depending on what role you are. Like if you're being the player that's doing this tavern thing, or if you're the DM playing the like an NPC doing this, or mediating for a player who is doing this role. You're the DM? No, I'm talking about Little Raptor's question specifically. DM and this playing this role? Okay, okay, you're probably overthinking it a little bit, because you don't need to... Or wait, hold on. Are your players the employee of this person? Or is this just like a one-off NPC that they visit occasionally?
still resides. The Titan met her end on its proud forsaken bight.
Your DM tends to skip past travel, like it's been 3 weeks and you're your next destination. Ooh. The players are employee and guests that could come visit. And guests. So what I'm getting is that the main focus of the campaign isn't going to be set in this inn/tavern, right? Or is it actually going to be primarily in management simulator? In employee simulator? Cause like if you're doing a it's different when someone visits a place and it's like a part of their backstory and they like go over there and they like say nice things to or interact in general with their boss, versus like having like a city builder sort of scenario where you actually need to keep track of resources and stuff like that. One of your favorite DMs let the party do a lot of stuff on their own. He just gave us a task of being private officers and gave us a case. We got so invested in the mystery and personally progressed my OSU story a lot. Sadly, got canceled. Ah, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. That's good though. That's a good example of a or at least what I would want in a DM. Like I don't really need big giant stories all the time. It's nice when it's pulled off well, but I think it's more important in the end to let your players actually do what they want, as well as what they let them actually play their characters. In Management Simulator, to let other role players have a place to rest, and the 3 staff are people who will work full time there. Huh. So what's the... Okay, I guess my interest in this comes from the respect that if the fact that there are people who are guests to the inn is sort of tripping my brain up on this, because how would the guests be spending their time mostly? Like, in this campaign, hypothetically, would they be spending most of their time outside of the inn? Or is all of the campaign set inside of this inn and that's it? You miss playing D&D? It was fun. You haven't played since? You know what started? I was so into the character I built to. Yeah. No, I understand. I have so many characters that I had to, unfortunately, just sit down, even though I had really cool concepts for them. Way too many to count. D&D usually is like the main, I think the main roleplay platform that is responsible for killing the most of my character concepts, and not because they actually die. I have actually only had really no, I don't think I've had any character actually die in a D&D campaign ever, actually, interestingly enough. It's just the campaigns always get canceled so quickly. Or at least stay dead, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if you're playing Pathfinder, you're gonna die like 20 times in combat.
Yeah.
That's just how it's made.
If we're talking about how many times I've been down, then that's that's a lot. I've had some characters that never go down like even once the entire campaign, and then I've got Then I have Hackney, who is literally down every single first turn of combat, basically.
Their journey began on a barren waste where the reader arrived, afraid and alone.
Oh, it's VR chat? Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that changes everything. Okay, in that case, then, yes. Do inventory management, but keep it loose. For the most part, prioritize the fun of the people who are there. Make sure that your inn has, like, very realistic problems come up every once in a while. Like, maybe there's a plumbing problem, and it's really inconvenient, so you have, like, people go and, fix it, and maybe there's, like, I don't know, maybe there's a giant fucking rat down there or something. It's VR chat roleplay, so, like, if people are up to their tits in 600 different type of powers, so, I mean, whatever problem you have won't last long. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a Fix-It Felix. Ran out of rum. Whoa. That's dangerous. When people don't have their drinks, things go bad. In general, all that you really need to do for an inn simulator is just make sure that you engage your guests very well. And I guess if you have someone who's a chef, make sure the map that you have actually has, like, food props for your poor chef. Like, make sure, like, you can move the pots and pans and all that, and, like, have a spatula. That'd be nice. If you don't, your chef is just gonna be pretty much just saying what they have, which, I mean, I guess is okay, but it doesn't... I feel bad for all the chefs out there, because they can't, like, actually make anything. Unless they, like, just put it all on their avatar, but sometimes that can be intensive and not unoptimized. Oh, you're getting a custom map done? Okay, sick. Then yeah, make sure that they can actually make food. As well as, like, drinks and things like that. Make sure that you have, like, several rooms that your characters can unwind, especially, like, a staff lounge area. Rooms for every person, of course. Make sure it's big enough so that people can have private conversations, because when you have a map that doesn't allow for private conversations to happen, the roleplay becomes either stagnant or just... it just hurts your ears after a while, and everyone leaves with a headache. Oh, good to know, Raptor. Even a character in that world with the hopes that you could get a submission into RP with. Felt so happy with him that now you just sit and wait for a chance to isekai him into a campaign. I've had characters like that, where I want to repurpose them so bad. Yeah, that'll be important too, Little Raptor, as well as having locks if you could. Like, having a lock system and then also having, like, a DM room for you so you can, like, instantly go into rooms if you ever need to, because of course you would have a lock to every room. Miss you, what do you think of letting your players choose the adventure of for a D&D one-shot? I'm planning on letting my players choose what they want to play and a few choices that you have made. Well, that's just standard. You shouldn't, I mean, I guess there's two different ways that you can do a one-shot. Either you can have a prompt and say, hey, are you interested in a one-shot that's like this? and people will either say yes or no, or you can sit down a group of friends and be like, okay, so what is something that sounds like the most fun to you guys, and have them like do something. I think there is no wrong way. Sometimes it's fun to do a dungeon crawl, sometimes it's fun to do a mystery. It's all about the party that you have. Like, there was a one-shot that was proposed to me that I was really interested in that Sean wanted to do. It was suggested by Demi. He wanted to do a... At least I think it was Demi who suggested it. It was a one-shot where there was a haunted house, except we were the people who were trying to scare the people going through the going through the haunted mansion, which I think was really, really, really fun and interesting. That would be fun to do for a long-term campaign. Just imagine just like a bunch of ghosts and ghouls just trying to keep their fucking home. And people just keep wandering in and causing trouble. Maybe the cops come and it's just like, oh, well, shit. Keeping your friends from becoming too murdery so that people don't bulldoze the house. It would skip years for each family living in that house. Yeah, basically. I think that would be really fun. I think that would be really cool. Nah, not ghost police. They wouldn't care. It's more like you gotta worry about people bringing in exorcists, and it's just like, oh shit, I'm in danger. Oh, my hand's not having a good time. It's reaching that point in the night where it's just like freaking out. Make sure players in the party don't got limited time when inviting in to do something. I'm not quite sure what you mean. Sometimes having limited time can be good. Sometimes it's really not, and you should let people really think about their decisions.
No! Nah! I've got the on-screen time limiter.
Oh boy. Reverse Phasmo. Yeah, basically. When getting into D&D with the RP and such, experimenting with homebrew is honestly just great. To be honest, I think my favorite parts about D&D is when it's no longer D&D. Like, something that I usually do in my campaigns is that it starts out with D&D, but then as I go on, I slowly pull all of the mechanics out of the game, and I just ask them what do they do, and what do they try to do, and I tell them what happens. The only time I bring out dice is for when something is actually uncertain. But it's also just because I'm really fucking tired of 5th edition, and, please. Yeah, pretty much, Myrtle. I think it's a lot cooler when you've got, characters that you just know that they have this one ability and they can just use it in every creative way possible. Like, in that particular campaign that I just mentioned before, basically by the time that I was pulling away, like, all of the D&D elements was when they were making their steps toward ascending towards godhood. So they started getting their first taste of godly power, which would change depending on, like, the public's perceptions on them. But if they played into those perceptions, then they could actually do something with those perceptions in mind. Like, one person was known as basically, like, the person who just always knows what to do and has what you need. So what she could do is just literally create anything. And she created a little music box, basically an MP3 player that played Panic at the Disco. Because she could. There was one that was like known for being like mischievous, and generally people were scared of her, and they had like the ability to do like advanced like curses shit, or fuck with people's nightmares or dreams in general. One person was just like becoming living emotion, and so they were hyper aware of everyone's emotions, and it could of course influence them however they see fit. Thank you, NACL. Right back at you, thank you. I'm doing great, Nick. Animated armor race, shield master class. It was so much fun. You were tanky, but so slow with the movement. I like flavorful stuff in general, but sometimes it really sucks. Like, I've actually talked to you about this a couple times, Stir, but like, 5th edition really punishes flavor. Because you just need to do the same exact fucking thing over and over again to actually be optimal, which just, ugh.
Yeah, and you can only reflavor it yourself so far.
Yeah. Eventually you just have to ask the DM, so like, okay, so I'm getting this spell, but can it like look like this at least? And they're just like, yeah, sure. Or they're just like, no.
That situation's always weird.
Yeah.
Because you want to roleplay in combat to be like, I cast the like flower petals fall from the sky, and the DM's like, what? But it's fireball. Oh, okay. Like you end up having to say it and do it anyway.
Yeah.
And unless the DM remembers, and they should, like,
Yeah.
but still there's the occasional situation where it's like, oh wait, which spell are you actually using? Because they might confuse that for another AoE spell that they have.
Yeah.
If everything they're doing is like flower petals, then like who knows?
Yeah, true. As opposed to Pathfinder, where there's just like every flavor in the book that you could be just like slapped in the face with. Pretty much everything's covered. That's why you let players create their own spells. That can be dangerous, but if it's, if you're careful enough, then it could work. Glyph of Warding is your favorite D&D 5e spell? Mine's True Polymorph. Just because I'm a goddamn min-maxer. Time to turn my entire players into young dragons. Let's go.
I think mine would be True Polymorph as well, just because it has more than one option.
Yeah, also, like, you can turn objects into creatures, and it technically doesn't, tell you that it has to be a creature that exists. Or you can turn people into objects, and that's fucking cool. But of course, you never actually get to that level to actually use that shit anyway.
Yeah.
It's always a tease. Prestidigitation, valid. Do I miss playing your character Leaf? Yeah. I love him. I love all of my characters. And I miss him whenever I don't play them for any prolonged period of time. Like, I miss playing Vev right now. And it's only been like 2 weeks. We're Pathfinder's first edition group before switching to 5e for like Fane Delver twice with different DMs for Pathfinder 2e now. Ooh. You see, I don't like spells because of damage. I like spells because of like roleplay thematicism. It just like any spell that allows me to be creative is instantly a win for me. Which is why I usually like illusion spells too.
I think most players do until they learn the game enough to realize that they did no damage and did nothing.
Yeah.
But they'll always gravitate towards. I remember there was a Pathfinder game I played with Ashley, and she was so excited for like, it took like level 6 she got this ability that could make plants rustle. Like, I don't remember what it actually did. It was like a sleight of hand check with plants. So she just wanted to mess with people, and she had to wait so long before she even got it. It never really had a practical use.
That
By the 6th level,
sucks.
you're doing real spells. But it's just like the flavor of, making plants do some shit.
Yeah. It's I can identify with that a little bit. Sucks that would be high level though. 'Cause that seems like something that would be just thinking of. I've played like only 5th edition for a tabletop game, and it really fucking shows. That's literally something you can do with minor illusion, which is like instant cantrip shit.
I forget exactly how it worked. There must have been more to it like that. Like you could trip people with plants or something, but it got used like one time, so.
What is your least favorite character type? I don't think there's necessarily any character type that I truly dislike. It's all about how well someone actually pulls it off. Like, there are certain character types I would argue are much harder for me to enjoy. Like, usually any character that's a drug addict, I'm not very interested in. But then I say that, and then I have Avina who's dating Chips, who's a raging alcoholic. So, it's all about how well you do it. Snort the moon dust. Oy. Chips went to the wrong AA. True. We need to have an intervention. Least favorite was the absent-minded ones, having hard to ask what the character is doing while the things are happening when not roading the story can be frustrating. Well, that just sounds like someone is playing the absent-minded character kind of wrong. Because I feel like playing an absent-minded character kind of right is having them, like, think about pretty things that just... They have, like, one thing that they like, and that's pretty much all that they think about. And they just find, like, try to find, like, some way to incorporate that into, like, basically everything. Which makes someone think that they're... Which comes across as absent-minded, but it's not in the stereotypical sense where there's actually nothing going on there, which no one has nothing going on in their head. They just have their own different kind of madness. So, like, you could have someone who just really likes rocks, and they just collect rocks, and that's what they do to make themselves feel better. So you just come across a character who's just... They're really stressed out. The country's at war, and you just see them crouched down in the ground, just sifting through pebbles. And you're just like, what are they doing? It's like, oh, nothing. They're lazy. They're not... Nothing's going on in there in that brain of theirs, and they're just doing what's...
Character that,
yeah, go on.
A character archetype that always, no matter what the situation is, wants to go and fight something. Because then,
Valid.
I don't know, I always feel rushed. Like, oh, I guess we gotta finish our roleplay because he just really wants to go do more combat.
Yeah.
And it makes the outcome of everything linear because the trump card of a conversation is always stabbing someone.
Yeah.
You can't change the conversation once the fight has already started.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get you. That's even less so a character problem than just a player problem, I think.
I mean, it depends, because... I mean, it is mostly a player problem, where if they really just enjoy combat, then that's going to be what they want to do.
Yeah, and then they'll just ruin your social stuff, even though you got a social character. And you have a character in your campaign that does exactly that, and she's your bard? What? Why? Why?
There's always one in a campaign, honestly.
Yeah, I think that rings true a little bit. There's always one person who's like, please, let's just kill something.
I don't think I've ever been in a group where everyone was like, nah, let's just not fight it. Or there wasn't always that one person that just really just wanted to go fight something.
I think I was very lucky in the respect that the only party that I have had that with that basically ever was actually the one that I DM'd for. But it was only 3 players, which helped.
I mean, Galen's Gate was pretty chill with that.
They were pretty chill too.
Anything.
There were some moments where we were just like, for the love of God, let's just kill some bandits.
True. I think it's
but
more
otherwise
that
we were pretty
if
yeah.
their character has no other depth than that and they just focus on that forever.
Yeah, yes. I think in general, if there's like just a character that isn't developed at all, it's just kind of She wants to be chaotic neutral and drive a wedge in all the DM's plans. Is that specifically what she said that she was going to do, or is that just the interpretation of her actions? Ordamin cleric with 25 AC, your character literally has to kill people for his patron, but he tries to find a political solution. Yeah. I like it when characters try and find ways beyond violence. Violence is fun sometimes, but like, if it happens all the time, then there's no meaning to it. You know what I mean? Like, I'd much rather have like a very socially driven campaign and then see what actually drives someone to kill a bitch versus just having them kill a different Steven each week. One of your games, you're a goblin named and he likes to dress up in different costumes. One of his favorite costumes was a female gnome, a misnomer. Brilliant. I love it. That one... Normally I can tell when people are presenting puns to me before it happens, but that one was a sucker punch and I love that. Huh. That's the exact kind of player that I wouldn't want to play with, Fenrir. Or DM for. I've had some really nasty players in the past that I've had the displeasure of role-playing with, where they did everything they could to destroy the DM's plans just because they wanted to see them upset that the thing that they built and spent so much time on went up in flames. Like, they specifically would do things like they tried to like buy a ship and bomb the entire city the campaign was in just because. Yeah, I didn't like them very much. Especially because the DM that I was playing for was actually really fucking good at storytelling and like all... like one of the best DMs I've ever had the pleasure of role-playing with. Legit, that was 100% word for word what actually happened. Like, it was like that every campaign that they did, and this person was a forever DM, and they did amazing stuff, but they just would always explode their session within like 2 weeks. It usually literally, and it was awful. I was young and I didn't realize this was a problem until like I got a little bit older. Because I was just like, I'm just happy to be part of the group. You actually set up an interesting political dilemma for your group in your current campaign a while back. Their solution was to burn the city to the ground, and you mean, I guess it affected the world politics, so mission accomplished? Oh, goodness. Also, hi, welcome! I hope you find yourself nice and cozy here, Albador. Albadabar. Oh my god, dyslexia. Let me open up my eyeballs real big. Albadabar. Howdy. You've been trying to find a game where you can fly free, so to speak, and just be able to feel happy to be in a campaign. Yeah, that's the real struggle. It's hard to find a good D&D party. It's even harder to find a good D&D party and good DM combo. Or at least find a DM whose DMing style is good for what you want out of a D&D campaign. I don't envy anyone in that. It took me a long time to get a really good D&D group / party. I pretty much got them all within like 2018 and onward was basically when I got pretty much perfect groups going onward. You're fortunate in that your main group has basically been the same for 5+ years and we all vibe pretty well together. That is so nice. Because even if you get like a really good group, sometimes it's just hard to actually keep it. A lot of D&D groups like die within 2 weeks. Is usually its lifespan. For like 2 months. Made a subquest for a warlock hexblade to have their patron ask the warlock to consume magic weapons thus far, trying to give them something to do. Oh no, oh god, the chat. It moved. Something to do while also give the character decisions to what to make while pleasing the entity that is, to you at least, hardest to write a story weave for. I think there's a lot of easy ways you can get around that. Just flood your campaign with a bunch of really, really shitty weapon enchants. Then have the patron get even more picky. And then they're just like, hey, you see that weapon in that museum right there? I want that one. Let me eat that one. And so begins a very elaborate thieving. Warlock to you are the hardest to incorporate? Oh, no, I disagree. Warlocks are one of the most fun for me to write, period. Because their entire shtick is the DM is just talking in their ear the whole fucking time. Being the 2 bagels meme. But if they metaphorically don't get the souls of the innocents at some point, that character is losing their powers. So it's really fun to just hold an entire player's like magic over their head, because that's the entire purpose of a warlock. They sold their soul to get this really cool power set, and that means that they have to do what the warlock patron says, and if they don't do it, consequences happen, which is just delicious DM bait. The most accurate portrayal of the class you ever heard. Yeah, well, that's how it should be anyway. If your DM's cool and doesn't just be like, ha, you're a warlock and you get nothing. Enjoy playing one of the least optimized classes in the game. You don't even get cool flavor for it. Just get fucked. Oh, sick, Krusnik. Been roleplaying since you were born? If I'm being honest with myself, for as long as I was even barely able to conceive, I've probably been roleplaying because I would always, like, you know, play with toys and make stories. But, traditional roleplaying I've been doing for nearly 18 years. Bums you because you couldn't start the character, which was an Arachne, because that was when the big C hit. The big C? That'd be funny, Fenrir. Usually what I like— oh no, I'm sorry, Mert. That sucks. Yeah, I remember hearing that a lot of people lost their D&D campaigns because of COVID. You just finished Security Breach, RV? That game was awful. Tree Scratch, thank you so much for the 4 months! Hi! How are you doing? Thank you! You want to see a clip of a glitch you encountered that scared the shit out of you? Sure. I'll save it for when I watch clips later. You've tried reading Shadowrun and can't understand it? Sometimes reading a new tabletop type can just take a little bit. Like, it might just take like 2 to 3 times to read through that. Is it here that someone proposed a D&D campaign with only bards, that they are a boy/girl band and the enemy are the other music groups or crazy fans attacking them? I don't think someone specifically said that instance in this chat before, but I have said time and time again, sometimes my favorite parties in D&D are all the same class. I had one that was all bards once, and we would snap very aggressively to, you know, at the beginning of combat. It was very great. Kind of bullshit you can do with a full party of bards is ridiculous. Have you ever seen an entire party just turn the entire enemy encounter into chickens? Because that's what my party did. And they tied them up with very tight, like, steel wire. And we asked our DM, so how does polymorph work? Is it like a shift or is it like a poof? And he's like, well, it's a shift. And I'm like, okay, understood. So we tied up all the chickens, put them into a very tight space, and then we undid the polymorph, and they just... and it was glorious. You don't fuck with a full party of bards. Currently reading that spider RPG style manga. Yeah, it's good. I love it. his patron is trapped in his bow, so then whenever he was overly nice to a female, she would appear in his hand and give him a block on the head. You kind of want to see a D&D game where the characters start without a class and have to find an NPC to trade them that or artifacts to give them power. That's actually what I did for my campaign. All of my characters all of my players started out as level 0, and they had to physically find trainers to turn them into the classes that they wanted. And the world was very deadly. But they managed to find everything eventually. And of course, they were the chosen ones TM, so everyone was trying really hard to make them theirs, so to speak. How do you find a trainer for a sorcerer? They just simply awaken the innate shit that was already there in your bloodline. You see, what I had for my campaign, I actually had a sorcerer, draconic sorcerer. Silent played them. They were basically these people called the Forged Four, which basically they were individuals that had so much like innate like magical potential within them that they could be quickly forged into basically anything, which includes going into sorcery because they have already what they need in there. They just need someone to basically just light the to just click that flint and steel together to light the fire. So yes, my my most prolific D&D campaign that I've ever DM'd was indeed an isekai. But they seem to really enjoy it. You want a Master Chief Cortana type duo in ND? I think there's literally someone who is using the Cortana body in actually, yeah, no, there literally is a Master Chief and Cortana type duo in Neon Divide, but they died. They died in an explosion together. One literally had the Cortana model, and the other was a super soldier. So it already happened. Have you read Adventurers Who Don't Believe in Humanity Will Save the World? I haven't yet. What was your first character's background? Mine was a ranger, belonged to Baker's cartel, and left as his mom was assassinated after discovering wheat-free bread. It would hurt their profits. Are we talking for D&D or roleplay in general? Very different question. My first D&D character was kind of a bust. It was back when I was very, very, very young. So I was not very all that good at that roleplay thing yet. They were an illusionist. Or at least they were supposed to be. They were an illusionist that for some reason had Fireball. Because it was like, what? 3.5 edition? I think.
Same, except no Fireball, but instead I dumped all my social skills into craft chair.
And I was too focused on being funny instead of like actually paying attention to like the story or what was really going on. I was a bouncing off the walls kid. So that's unfortunate. After that though, I played a kind of like mad scientist who was really obsessed with explosions, and they were called Dr. Boom. But that was in like GURPS, I guess, so that's not even D&D either. I guess it would have been Varel, I think, who is basically D&D Hannah Montana as a bard. 'Cause she had the charlatan backstory, so she had like a nobleman alternate identity. They both died in an explosion together. Music immediately stops. Yeah, they died. Sorry. It's kind of sad because when they did die, it was just pretty much they died and like they were never even mentioned again. Like, I don't even think they had a funeral. It was kind of rough. But Neon Divide at the time kind of had the same issue that other things had, where there was always something happening, so there was never really time to process or unwind or really do anything. So that could have been why. You've seen people have like actual D&D games on PC and you like try but you don't know where to start. Define D&D games on PC. Doc, you could never step out of the clinic. Literally, yeah, I literally could not step out of the clinic, even if I had working legs. If you forgot to play D&D, you want to play a Furbolg? You really like the race? Furbolgs are wholesome. I like them. Yeah, I don't know how to say that then. Ooh, Stir. What's your favorite D&D race?
From like 5th edition?
I guess any. Ooh, Lorenzo, thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you. Sorry, go on.
Thinking.
Hello, hello.
Too many choices, because most of the things that I like are things that aren't done super commonly. So I think I'm like you, and I like bug people, and there's never a bug people race.
Yeah.
I like oozes a lot.
Yeah.
And there's never an ooze.
Yeah. I'm the same fucking way. If there was a bug race in D&D, I would be playing it every fucking time. Which is why for that one game that Sean was hosting for me a little bit, I played a Mantis Girl Artificer.
Would the myriad bug race tempt you to change?
Dude, if I was literally... I was gonna be the bug race. If it was an option, I would have been it. Like, it wouldn't have been a question. I would have been the bug. Or the ooze. One or the other. I couldn't choose between, but probably bugs because I just really love bugs. Have a great time with them.
Fuck, dude.
Big pog. But that's okay. Like I said before, your setting is so cool on its own that I don't need to make myself cool. Or I guess, or how would I put this? I don't need to artificially implant interest by being a weird thing.
The bugs are cool though. It's
They are
actually
cool.
fully done, but I don't know. I kind of just want like a normal first game.
Yeah, no,
where
that's
you
fair.
don't have the Zootopia party.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
understand.
Everyone likes to be a different race, you know, when you get a group, but no one wants to be the same race as someone else because then they're not special anymore. So it's just like,
True.
especially when the races are all so different, we would have like a gigantic troll, a snake, a bug person, clones.
Clones. Yo.
And at some point I want to add a mutant race where you like in character creation can get extra arms and stuff.
I love that. Create your own monster. Let's go.
Yeah, that's a weird party though.
Yeah.
I was kind of worried the first time because I gave the players a couple options and I was like, dude, what if they just coincidentally all pick snakes? Like they just get it stuck in their mind like we're all gonna be snakes. And we're all
Tunnel
gonna be
snakes
trolls.
rule.
Yeah.
That would have been awesome. Could you imagine a full snake party?
I don't know what they would do. I'd have to, like,
It
would've
would
been a whole
basically be
different campaign.
Pikmin. It would basically be Pikmin with puzzle solving. It's like, okay, guys, how are you gonna open the door? You have to have one slither up to pull down the handle, then you have to have several push the door. Yay!
Definitely would need a psychic snake just to push doors open.
They're all just different kinds of snakes.
Naturally, the alchemist snake already had it.
Naturally. Simic hybrid, basically pick your shape. I actually really like Simic hybrids, but I don't like the actual race they are. I just like that you can choose whatever. So more often than not, I looked at the Simic hybrid and I'm just like, hey, so this is technically officially released stuff, Mr. DM. Can I be this but have it not be this? And they're just like, yeah, sure, whatever. Just take the skeleton of every race and just make it my own shit. Oh, what's a character type that you haven't played yet but you really want to?
I was really looking forward to whatever my next character ended up being like a absolutely zealot, heretic, crazy, just religious goblin or something.
Ooh. That sounds fun.
You ever see the show, I can't remember the exact name of it. I think it's just, I'm gonna have to look it up. Because I was about to name an entirely different show. I think it's Good Lord Bird. Yeah. Anyway, the main character guy just is screaming his head off about God all the time. He's amazing. I was like, man, I really just want to worship the sun or something and just go so hard. And then, yeah.
Eee. Yeah, that sounds
feel
fun.
like for a while I was making characters. Like Gruff was a lot of fun. I didn't enjoy playing Aaron, who I played for a long time before that, because I mostly made that character because I was sick and couldn't do a voice or couldn't do anything interesting. So I was just like, I'm gonna pick the most boring thing that I can. Yeah. I feel like right as I was like getting more and more into roleplay and more comfortable with it, that I haven't done it in a while with a new character. So like Gruff was one of my favorites, and then Guy was after that, and he's my favorite. So I was like kind of like hitting my stride, you know, of like, yeah, I know what I like to play now.
Yeah, that
early
makes
on,
sense.
I was just the I was the me smash orc. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. Guess I'll smash.
Yeah, that does sound, I did, similar things, except I never had, like, a me smash era, because I would always be, because I was always the person who, like, filled, so I usually played healer more often than not, which, oh god, looking back at it, it makes sense for why all of my healer-type characters are just assholes that are tired of everyone's shit. But, I think the next kind of character type I want to do is just a ghost of some kind. Like, I don't know what type of ghost. Like, maybe they're possessing a doll. Maybe they just possess things in general. Or maybe they're, like, tied to a necklace.
I was thinking of making a ghost race. But it would be... I don't know. It was weird. You would basically have to be, like, the mental ghost of another player.
Oh, that's even cooler.
Yeah, so a snake, a troll, a ghost walk into a bar. And
just
then
any ghost, a
somehow
brain
everyone's
ghost.
supposed to take you guys seriously.
Would they be able to interact with objects?
I don't know.
I'm just imagining like the brain ghost of some person that's like their sister or whatever, and they're just messing with their brother so much, like picking up a drink and like spilling it on like the person who was sitting next to them, for instance. Like just silly shit like that.
Ashley has this ridiculous idea for an next character where she really wants to play a twin soul, and
Ooh.
she wants her twin souls to just hate each other.
That would be fun. Fun to see, even. Do you play
so,
both
like-
of them?
Yeah. So she'll just be
Oh,
arguing with herself and being sick of herself, and their whole thing is they just want to figure out how to get unconjoined.
that's amazing. Also, Little Raptor, thank you so much for the 8 months. Thank you so much. Final sub of the year to Ghost of the Universe. Yo, thank you. Let's go. Have you done AL? What's AL?
Atlanta? No, that's no. No.
Summer making a twin soul that is just her character Summer and Salt would be so fitting. I mean, isn't that basically what they are? I don't quite know her VTuber lore.
I don't know.
Hmm. Okay, so that basically is it then. Okay. Oh, Adventure League. They're competitive D&D? No, I haven't heard of it, and I'm not quite sure if that would be the way for me to go. Because the moment that you make a roleplay game competitive doesn't jive
It's
with me.
already too competitive where everyone tries
Yeah.
to win.
Yeah.
I'm gonna win the shit out of this roleplay.
I'm gonna be the coolest person, the main character. It's not competitive as much as it's organized and sanctioned. You mean like a normal D&D game? I'm confused. Oh, hey, Jarman! Thank you so much for the 6 months Twitch Prime sub! I appreciate the Bezos bucks. Thank you so much. It's basically an official adventures guild. So basically what Verum was doing? Five DMs running the same module with 5 parties, and they rank how they do at the end of the module. Like if they kill or accomplish the mission. Yeah, that doesn't sound like something I would like at all. Boy oh boy, let's sit with a bunch of power gamers and just like min-maxers who don't really give a shit about everything. Yeah, no, that just feels like it's completely against the spirit of the game. Yeah. It feels like it just gets away even more from, like, further away from the roleplay aspect, which just, Your party had 5 rogues? Well, I still stand by the fact that, like, full class parties are probably, like, the most fun you can have. Because it's just so... There's so much nonsense.
I really wanted to play a zero magic, full party, no magic, and we all just hate magic and go around and kill wizards.
Having a no magic campaign really changes things up in D&D too. I was a part of one once. It was pretty neat. Pretty neat. So of course I went rogue. You just want to be a changeling that runs around with no pants on? What? Rogues are amazing. Yeah, Silent! How you doing, huh? At the end of the day, D&D is whatever you want it to be. Yeah, that's fair. Some people like the, just Gish monster of the week sort of thing. I personally like it when it's a little bit slower and you can actually go through the character story. Or if it is fast-paced, then it's like, because it's like, there is a, social pressure. Changeling swashbuckler rogues are the best, but you're biased. I know. Hi. You're a sucker for tiefling or tabaxi? Valid. Even with a party that is the same class, you can end up with everyone being very different. That is great. Yeah, like just imagine like all the different subclasses, dude. One of these days you'll bring Zin back, and you should! She's amazing! Case in point of me talking about amazing characters just being, like, lost to the void because sessions or campaigns get cancelled. Zin was, like, one of my favorite characters that Silence ever played, and... I miss she. Any thoughts on items in a D&D game made it to level 6 with basic equipment? I mean, it's up to the DM. I've always been very fond of giving my players a bunch of really bullshit niche items that seem useless, but then you think about it and there's some really crazy bullshit things you can do with it, and then it, like, changes the name of the game. I've always been fond of that shit. I know you tempt you. I know I tempt you. I give them lots of items. Or I dangle it in front of their face. One or the other. A headband that gives you a +3 to dex, but you have to end all of your sentences with nyan or it doesn't work? Oh my goodness. We're just lucky that your character was the one that got the deck of many things. It's true! Fuck. Oh. What's worse? Saying nyan or believe it at the end of the sentence for that headband? I think believe it would be worse. You're scared of that deck and for good reason? Yeah. Yeah. Anything that is uncertain to me just makes my shoulders, like, jump up in terror. I never use it. If there's an uncertainty factor. You were one blow away from New Game Plus. I've always been fond of sticking to flavor instead of just like instead of being 100% optimal all the time. So I jive with that Zetter, although sometimes it can really hurt when you're not optimal. Especially if there's a lot of combat.
What are you gonna do? Die in combat?
I don't know. I mean, I'm used to it. I had, what, 2 campaign, well, 1.5 campaigns where it just happened to me constantly. Even when I was trying to be optimal. Says I want to have played Varel. Well, Varel as a character just really wanted to dominate everything in her surroundings, so it made sense that she went so fucking crazy that she did. Also, I did a lot of flavor spells with Varel. It just so happens that Bard has just the most flavor spells ever that happen to be actually useful.
This is my design. Miss Marlowe drops with a thud, spraying the walls with her blood. She'll die completely paralyzed. Yes, this is my design. Everyone has thought about it, but no one wants to.
It just happens that a Bard is so goddamn broken. True. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
By your hands or by the hands of God, you've thought of taking someone's life. Tell me, what is your desire?
So I haven't had any of your PCs die in any of your sessions, surprisingly. Keep it up.
Why did she deserve this?
Generally, the goal is to not have them die. Not to the point where it's like they aren't in danger ever if they do silly shit, but generally you shouldn't have your combat encounters constantly killing your players. Yo, dude, Bard's the way. Bard's the way. Personally, Eloquence Bard is my favorite, but that's because I'm a junkie when it comes to social shit. Lore used to be my go-to, but then Eloquence Bard became a thing, Silent. Now it's Eloquence Bard. Lore Bard is just when I'm trying to be magical optimal, but then Eloquence Bard came by and I'm just like, yes. Yes. It's completely 100% social Bard, Silent. It's so fucking good. It makes them better at talking. It's not charms. You gotta go. Are you swear to God? It's not just charms, but I definitely use it with my bard that does charms because they can literally roll. One of their things is that they can use their inspiration die to subtract a roll for someone's wisdom saves. So I'm making them go all mind control spells so that they just never succeed. She doesn't need any charisma help. Silent, this is also the campaign where they increase the cap of charisma, so I have a 24 charisma bard that's doing mind control spells and detect thoughts bullshit. It's just incredible. I'm so happy to play him. His name is Soliton Tipsifguri. No. I'm not playing that in this campaign. But no, I'm sure I will die a lot in Stairs campaign. Probably. I don't know. We'll see. Ivy breaks apart, so
it's a slow death now.
it's
Where you
slow.
go down in combat, you permanently lose percentages of your health
Oh, permanent.
rather than instantly dying.
Oh God, I'm really gonna die.
Yeah.
Permanent health loss.
Well, okay, permanent
It
is the
makes-
wrong word, but it is recoverable, but it's a pain in the ass.
Okay. Whew, makes me feel a little bit better, but still, holy shit. Silently, you're just happy to see me be punished. You're just too used to my D&D bullshit. just all caps, yes. I'm too. Whenever I play a bard, I'm unstoppable. But sometimes when I play other things, I'm not the best. I've just perfected my bard strategy. Well, no, my warlock was pretty crazy too, actually. Oh fuck. It's just whatever gives me like free reign on creative spells when I just break everything. What also? Oh? What'd you scream about? Oh! 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 Yo! Silent, that's so cool! Oh my gosh! I love that. Blue is a legend. Oh my god, that's gorgeous! It actually looks like you, too! I think that's the part that's wild, like the wildest part to me, is just like when an artist can like actually capture how someone actually looks like, and it's just like instantly recognizable. Also, I don't like playing support characters. I like playing, what is it called? Fuck, what was it called? No, I had it in my head. No. Not control characters, utility. Utility characters are my jam. Bard can be support, but they are, depending on how you build them, they're more like, they can be like full-on debuffers. All that falls into utility. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. But I like more so like, so like illusion spells are very utility, for instance. Or spells that have a very specific purpose that might not be useful all the time, but when it is, oh boy, when it is. That's my favorite kind of thing. Where it's just like, haha, you've activated my trap card, motherfucker! Get fucked! It's just destroy an encounter are my favorite things. Sleep spell only for lower levels, not late game, unfortunately. You can see yourself in my eyes. Look deeply, then. Low HP sleep! Yeah. Yeah, because there's other things that you could do that can guarantee it a little bit better. Plus, there's so many enemies that are just immune to sleep by the time that, like, you get there. You can see yourself in my arms? Bet. See you at TwitchCon. Round 2. I'm gonna pick you up and spin you. Hell yeah. Silent, let's make it tradition. We're always gonna buy macarons at TwitchCon. Okay, okay. I'm allowed? Yes! You don't understand. Silent is like one of the biggest tsunderes that I know. This is a big achievement. Only me and Shen? Hell yeah. It's an honor. You love messing with their movement. Shadow Trap is one of your favorite Pathfinder spells. Yeah, anything that allows you to control like the space on the board is just so good. It's why I always like dip into wall spells as any caster at some point. Some kind of wall. And usually I like stone wall, but invulnerability, whatever wall, like wall of invulnerability, I forget what it's called, is one of my favorites too.
I'm going to bed.
Sleep well, Stir. It's late for you.
Yeah, I've been being a bad boy lately.
Breaking your schedule.
Yeah.
Don't become like me, Stir.
Well, I don't realize how much time is passing, and then I'm in the middle of something.
Yeah.
I'm grooving.
Yeah, I feel you. I do that a lot too.
I don't. Good night.
Good night. Oh, Alpaca, I missed it. Thank you so much for the 28 months Twitch Prime sub. I'm honored. Thank you. Literally you and Arby are the biggest memesters, and it's always an honor. Why are you still awake? Indeed, you should sleep. I'm not being very responsible, but this is also when my community is awake. So hello everybody. I'm trying to start my streams earlier, but it's really hard to change a schedule that I've made very consistently. I'm trying. Like, I want to start my streams like consistently at like 8 p.m. CST, but it's a little bit harder than I thought. EU friendly. Yeah, it is EU friendly. No, you're fine. It's mostly the roleplay community's fault. It's not you guys. You're fine. You've been around even when I do streams at like 6, like randomly at 6 p.m. or like 3 p.m. In your defense, it's partly my fault when you're awake. True. Sleep well, Silver. Elvin, thank you so much for the 5 months. The roleplay community keeps you up as well. Yeah. AA usually ends about now. We're bone either way. No, AA ends in about 2 hours from now, actually. I did it for the swarm. Yes. Wait, did I respond to that one yet? Oh my god. ADHD sucks. If I did it twice, then that's fine. Elvinidos, thank you so much for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're bad with time. It's okay, me too. It took me forever to finally nail down the time, but it's usually about 3:30. 3:30 is about when it ends. You're lucky to have swing ships, so you're up around this time? Huh. 2 hours until until AA would end. Welcome to why my sleep is what it is, AA. Yep! Exactly! I wish AA started at like 8 o'clock! I'm sorry, not 8 o'clock, like 6, dude. Imagine if AA like ended at like midnight. God. I can hardly fathom it. And like sleeping at like 1. Nope. If it ended at midnight, it would be a perfect time. Exactly! Fuck me! Why can you guys not do that? Some of it is time zones for our various people. Sometimes it's like some people have jobs, so they can't start until later. And some other things I don't quite remember. There was like some it was like a big hot topic debate like way back when. Sessions vary like 4 to 6 hours for AA. You need more screens to watch more POVs of AA. You're just watching everything that's happening. Nerds on the internet are chronically night owls for varieties of reasons. Yeah, true. All this blue light on your screens aren't helping nobody. If you could RP in your sleep, you so would. I mean, in one ways you could argue you always are. Your brain is role-playing you in your dreams. How many people are in AA on the AA map on average? Like 40 people usually. Corpse RP is still RP? Absolutely. Ever since watching a large amount of RP, all of your dreams are just RP related? Yeah, that's happened to me. I've had some really fucked up, like, roleplay dreams that I wake up and I'm just, like, not quite... It's so bad that sometimes, like, the realities are blending together. So it's, like... I experience, like, this horrible dream. And I wake up and I think that I actually experienced that in real life. And I'm just sitting there like, oh, God, I'm surprised they were, like, allowed to do that. Like, isn't that, like, TOS breaking? I gotta tell the staff about it. And then I realized that it literally was fake and it didn't fucking happen. It was just a dream. And I'm like, oh, okay. It doesn't help that whenever I end roleplay usually and roleplay stream, I just immediately roll into bed. So it just like, it doesn't help. Even in our dreams we fear TOS? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? You need to decompress? I mean, like, I decompress in the lobby a little bit. Or, like, sometimes I just, like, eat, like, some food before I climb in. But, like, there are some times where I am so tired that I just climb in immediately. Because if I don't, I'll sleep on my carpet. I've done that before. And it's not... it's not a good place to sleep. You need at least 30 minutes to decompress after RP. Sometimes I don't... I don't really know how much time I actually need because I'm really bad at keeping track of time. Generally, I agree. You should decompress after roleplay if you can. Decompress with snack. Yeah. That's usually my my method. Is I just get I get food. Like for like all of like the cold season, I've just been like after RP, I go upstairs and I get myself some hot cocoa because it's warm. It's like it's filly. It's nice and sweet and creamy and it's not like too heavy for when I'm about to go to bed. Gushing about RP is always your recharge. Yeah, yeah. I wake up sometimes when I'm gushing about RP. It depends on like the how draining the emotional severity was, or if I'm already laying on the floor. Silent. Remember when we were doing Arc RP and we were literally role playing for like 12 hours straight, sometimes longer? VR takes too much out of me. I can do that with any like desktop like RP system. AA is what set you off into getting it like other RPs. Except with you, getting into AA was semi part of your job. Oh, I see. The difference is on Arc, you weren't RPing all the time. Oh, I guess that's true. There was like game mechanics mixed in. And we were mostly chilling in VCs. That's true. That's true. We had this habit of like going in and out of like Discord calls, like deafening and stuff. I think the longest times that I was going undeafened for Arc was when we were doing that Game of Thrones server. Yeah. I miss that RP a lot. You know, I loved playing Kling. Ah. It was literally the last Arc roleplay I did before I transitioned into VR chat roleplay. Remember a lot of old school RPs like VR High. I don't remember that one. Or I don't know about that one. The oldest RP that I know about in VR chat was just the Joey Bagel stuff. Arc as in Survival Evolved. Yes, that Arc. There was roleplay servers. I actually met Cricken for the first time over there. I was a part of the Worms. I played Marvelous Mantis. Everything has RP servers. Yeah, pretty much everything is RP servers. Hello, Quadfather. Hi. RPers are RP everywhere. Pretty much. I roleplayed in Kirby Air Ride, man. And that was mostly single player. I was just roleplaying with myself. Making scenarios in my head. Yeah, I was a part of Forbidden Knowledge. I played Alue. I remember having people taking notes in real time in my chat for me, and they were very kind. Very kind individuals indeed. Mwah, by the way. That was brutal. Kirby Air Ride was such a good game. Also, hi, Scion! I miss it. I want to play it again. I want to play Kirby Air Ride, like, with other people. You did save my butt. A lot. You would love a Kirby Air Ride remake? Even same. I want to play... You want to play your... You gotta play your werewolf girl more? Hell yeah! Hell yeah, you do! I miss she. You glad you found AA through Momo? Because it led to finding all these awesome streamers like... Thank you, Seer. You're so sweet. Yeah, Silent loves her werewolves. Yeah, Misty is pretty alright, but that Silent person though, that's one hell of a role player. I see Dalka. I got you. Shut my galaxy mouth, meh. You wish computer problems on nobody, but I mean, it's, you know, butterfly effect. Sometimes you're happy to trip on a stone to see the perspective that you would closer to the ground. Oh yeah. I'm glad, Delka. You got in through Roach. He's a trip. He is a trip. I fucking love Roach. He's fantastic. I genuinely, like... He is such a wonderful spice to have in AA. They fascinate you from a storytelling perspective? I completely get you. Vampires particularly appeal to me because I'm always fascinated by, like, the, prospect of a mortal life and how, like, relationships sort of change when, someone is, like, a literal thing that you can... I guess it all just comes back that I have a morbid curiosity with, like... creatures that eat each other. I like blood. Also, I like fangs. So, like, Beastars is the shit. You know, things like that. The prospect that humans are no longer, like, the apex predator in... or, like... the top of the food chain is always very intriguing to me. That's why, like, when aliens come by, just like, yo, let's go. But miss you, vampires eats people. Yes, that's exactly the point. Okay, you buggy birch. The thing you love the most about VRChat roleplay is that you can watch so many different people seeing things the way that they see it. Perfect example of Sonder. Yeah, true. If I was being, like, fully honest though, Silent, I realized that everything that I am curious of or, like, obsessed with, I guess, all comes from a place of fear. Like, horrible, intense fear for me. Like, I have a horrible fear of being, eaten alive by zombies. Zombies in general. But it always leads back to that. Which is why I have this strange curiosity with, like, vampirism or cannibal characters or puppets. Puppet characters. Oh, you forgot about my horrible fear of, like, zombies? Yeah. Or, like, mannequins. Mannequin characters. Actually, right here, Spamton! The reason why I'm obsessed with Spamton is because, like, puppets freak me out a little bit. Like, mannequins and, like... Ah! Zombies eating you, yikes, bugs eating you, But even then, like, if having someone, the moment that, like, I think the part that gets me is, like, just the impersonalness of, like, zombies doing is that they're just eating you because they're hungry, because they're, like, they don't even, there's just a virus in their brain, and there's no humanity to them at all. Versus, like, if it was a zombie that could actually talk to me, then it's like, huh. Hello? What's up? I love you, but if you turn into a mannequin, we're not friends anymore. I mentioned this before, but there's like a character that I wanted to play that was like a ghost that possessed a doll or various other inanimate like humanoid things. But that's a doll isn't so bad. Well, a mannequin would be like one of them. Did you see Kricken's puppet? No! Show me a screenshot. Marionette type characters would be fun to do. Yeah. But like in general, like I'm very curious about stuff like that because I have an inherent like fear of things that are like overly cute, sort of like dolls and mannequins. Dolls and mannequins are pretty much in the same thing for me. I think I might be even more scared of dolls than mannequins. It really depends. It really depends on how they use them. Sleep well, Abadar. You once played a doll character. Her name was Dolly, and she split Vincent's stomach, torso in half. I'll never forget. I love she. She freaked me out. Remember that silent movie that has the spider mannequin that were victims? Never seen it. Animatronics and spiders? You know, I'm not scared of spiders. I just think they're fucking neat, dude. They're so cool. I love bugs. You felt bad OOC, but I see Dolly must protect her master. Yeah, no, it was great. It was great. I remember there was actually, I was watching clips, Silent, and I watched a clip of me literally like comforting you about you stabbing me by saying like, no, Silent, you don't understand. Thank you for having the brass because no one else would dare try and kill one of my characters. And I said that to you every time since, like, cause I love it that I love the fact that you do that. It's great. It makes me happy. VOD uploaded to YouTube? Okay, let me just quickly pause and mute it. Oh my god.
Put myself in one. So, if you'd like to watch this video game with me, then maybe we can...
Damn, that's creepy! Fuck, dude. That is really creepy. My brain is like jumping like back and forth between being like, oh my god, that's terrifying, and I should kiss it to make myself not scared of it. That's what it all comes back to. Everything I want to fuck are things that terrify me. I'm looking at you, Moondrop. Oh. There's a bunch of different masks that it swaps between. Oh, hell, I gotta see all the other masks. Which one? Oh my god. Oh, yo! I like the one that's like a shadow. He becomes cute suddenly.
Now I have enough wood.
I like it. I like the shadowy eye one. But the one that has like actual human features freaks me out for some reason. It's uncanny. Like it strikes me in all of my fear responses. But the one that's just round, it's just shaped like a friend with little eye glows. It's cute. Looks more like a fake construct to you? Valid. He's basically played the character as a new being that has learned everything from chat and has a bunch of masks that it swaps between. Oh no. The shadowy one is the true face that he wears the mask over. I think his true face is way cuter. He should forget about that mask because it's it makes me think of that one like what's it called? The Mysterious Stranger? It was like a claymation thing. Like a certain way that like Satan was portrayed or something. We lack holy in our community. The Adventures of Mark Twain. Yeah, it was in that. Fucking terrifying. Like in a cosmic dread kind of way. I want to thank both you and Silent. You started to try roleplay your medical characters after watching you play them. It is a thankless job. Just so you know, it's a very thankless job, but it's very rewarding too, in its own way. Also, good luck. Helio Spray! Thank you so much for the 5 months full streak too! Thank you! Right back at you. Yeah. Like when I first played Docu, it wasn't very fun. At first because I was doing a lot of downtime just kind of standing around until people got hurt. But once people came to understand that I wasn't just a Doctor TM, it kind of changed things up. Holy? Ha! I'm scientific. Although I do have the Holy Sybil. Now she's the mother of the row. True. You do this as Hannah by threatening to leave people bleeding / in pain on the ground until they last necessary moment. Ah, so you know the oath as well, then. Should he be a prince that is a tyrant, aka evil prince, or should he be a heroic prince with a pure heart? What's your setting? And what's the context? And how long have you roleplayed? And have you roleplayed in that community before? They ignored your plans, you ignored their screams. As in just fix healer edition, yeah. I prefer healing characters that are very done with your shit. As opposed to being like, I will always be there to heal your wounds. I was always there to heal your wounds. Do you know what game I'm referencing? After a while, it just happens, or they break through the stress, or both. True. It went right over your head. I'll give you a hint. Breath of the Wild. Dark for 5 years of role playing, and I'm usually the type of villain who is tired of your shit. Yep, fish girl. I didn't like her. I genuinely didn't like her. It probably didn't help that the dialogue is less than stunning and in that game in particular. Have you roleplayed in that particular community before? Is it a roleplay community, or is it just like you playing it in a game, for instance? How many days have I healed you this week? 3 times? Maybe if I let you bleed more, you'll remember to dodge next time. Sometimes you just heal them a little bit too late. But have you roleplayed? Okay, so the setting that you are intending to play this Prince character, have you roleplayed in that community, that very specific roleplay community before? You have. Have you played a good character before, like good-natured, kind, in that community? If you're an MMO healer, though, then the clear is more important than sending a message. Yeah, what the community is would probably be smart to know as well. Must vibe to music, true. Claviscus, that's not the questions we're asking. Have you roleplayed a nice character in this community before? You have? Okay, then I'll give just this word of caution then. Because it seems like you really, really want to play a villain just by what you're writing here. People have to be really careful when they play villains, just in general. Because when you play a villain, here is the most important fact that you need to swallow. Your goal is to lose. Your goal is to be an elevation for the heroic characters. You are not supposed to win. You are supposed to fail in spectacular fashion. You are to provide conflict for a time, and the heroes decide how to resolve that. When you are playing this character, it's going to be important to do a lot of basically roleplay aftercare, which is to talk to people afterward and make sure that they know that your character is your character and you aren't just there is a common issue when people play villainous characters, and that they do it to just enjoy the feeling of being bad, or like use it as an excuse to just be mean, or use it as a means to feel powerful. It's just don't catch yourself in that trap. It's very common. Like that is usually about 80% of the villains I come across in roleplay communities. And it's why the reason why I asked if you had played a nice character in that specific community before. Don't be a baddie just as an excuse to be a dick. Yeah. And, yeah, pretty much that nailed it on the head. The reason why I asked if you had played a nice character before in that community is because if your first impression is a villainous character, I wish that we lived in a perfect world where people didn't conflate people's characters to their OOC natures, but unfortunately that's just what happens, which is why you don't play a villain first, ever. Because it fucks up your social rep with people. Also, generally speaking, being a villain in a roleplay community when you don't know what everyone's comforts or standards are or expectations for villains, it can be setting yourself up for failure. In general, it is very, very, very difficult to pull off a villain properly. And, I get worried generally when people try and play them. That is to say, I'm not saying that people shouldn't ever play villainous characters. That is absolutely not what I am saying. It's just that it takes a lot of knowledge before you go in. Because, it's one of the most complicated things to roleplay. Period. Because you have to be compelling. You have to be, you have to be able to hold your own and not just be instantly, like, curb punched down. But you also can't be too powerful to the point where you can't be defeated, or you can be defeated in a fair way. And generally speaking, you still have to be a fun roleplay experience for someone to have with you. And you can quickly tell when someone is being a villain because they want to go through a power trip versus someone who is trying to give people a really fun roleplay experience. Like, Halcifer does an amazing job role-playing villains, just in general. He kind of gets it. And he's very good at, like, balancing that, like, ICOC. Everyone knows that he's a very chill dude, and he tries really hard to make sure that everyone actually has fun. Like, he does a lot of touch-ups out of character to make sure that everybody is having a good time because he's there to just give a show. Yes, exactly. That's basically what I'm getting across. You don't imagine there are many villains then because you set yourself up to be a punching bag for the rest of the room? Well, that's the funny part. Not quite. There is a lot of villains. Too many. And they kind of forget that they're supposed to lose. Just, take a little look-see over to, Metaverse. You'll know exactly what I mean. A villain needs a GM mindset and often the GM powers because in some of the parts of their character will be unfair. But like a GM, he can't misuse his power. Yeah, pretty much. What is roleplay? Good to see you, Wiz Nerd. It's changed in that regard. Well, that's good to know. When I left, it was sort of like at its like peak of general badness. So if it's improved, then I'm happy to hear it. Metaverse got good guys, thought they were all chaotic neutrals. A lot of progression in some groups. Are we talking like all, or are we talking like just some? Because I'm also including like just like the random mishmash experience that you get from Metaverse. You do like it when a villain has a genuine reason not to go ham, good depth and thought? Yeah, I feel like that's required, honestly. What has been my favorite RP villain thus far? Ooh. Okay. I'm just trying to remember some right now. Which is kind of a bad sign, isn't it? You can't, when you can't quite remember all the villains that you've come across. Especially not the ones that are just, like, immediate. I really like Jester from Halcifer. We were in an ARC server with some knuckleheads. There are bad apples in every group, but gems as well. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. I agree. The at least those servers had a little bit of vetting though, just a little bit, but not. It wasn't like enough to keep like, of course, every single bad apple away. That's impossible for any roleplay group. There's always going to be some knuckleheads. I guess the difference with the metaverse is that it's just because of the fact that there is no moderation whatsoever, it kind of... You get the bad more often. But yeah, no, just in general, you're gonna come across, like... It depends where you look. Yeah. Like, I'm sure the places that you're going are, like, filled to the brim with just wonderful people. Like, in general, I trust Sachi a lot to manage a good lobby just in general. You could be wrong, but Silent and Hal are DMing in some of these groups. I don't quite know exactly what you're DMing Silent, to be specific, or Howl even. I only hear about, like, faint echoes of it. Fuck it all. Hal DMs a lot of groups you just help. Fair. Yeah, dude, he's everywhere. Oh, the Purge villains were really good. I liked them. I liked them a lot too. Because I always forget, like, my top ones. I don't think I really have a favorite, but I'll name, like, the top ones, like, my favorites off the top of my head. I loved Code Geass. I loved, I really, really loved, Ancient Magus Bride. I liked Overlord. I'm a spider, so what? Konosuba is good, but it's not one of my favorites. I'm sure there's other ones, but I'm just not quite remembering them. I don't think I've watched either of those, Faye. You like Shield Hero? I like the first season of Shield Hero, and then the rest I was kind of about. Full Metal Alchemist is your number one? That is fair. It's a good one. It's a really good one. Our in Host Club has a has a place in my heart. A really good place in my heart. I liked My Love Story a lot too. Devil's a partner timer. It's a funny and a reverse. I think you were trying to say. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that one. It was good. Yeah. Okay. So comfort goes both ways. If you're not comfortable having them romance your NPCs, then you don't gotta do that. Just say that you're not comfortable, but say that not all romance RP is banned, and that they can feel free to try and romance one of the other player characters if they're comfortable with that. They being the player themselves and the player that they're trying to romance. Everybody's gotta be on board, or else it's not okay. What RP vibe resonates with you the most? The anime energy, the serious, the dark in story? The philosophical. Every time, bar none. The stuff where you're deeply deconstructing who it is you actually are. And how the world works. That is my favorite. And then immediately after that, it's politics. Always politics. Don't want to feel like a third wheel every time you go to RP. What scenarios are you thinking of for that? You got more art of your RP character? Always need more art of OCs? Yo, dude, it's always such a nice feeling when it happens. Look, Toonie, Ellie's the bodyguard. She's the one to make sure they don't get assassinated. How far is Avina derailed from her original intention of joining A? Not far at all, actually. I have a thesis for all of my characters whenever I make them, which is, how far are you willing to go for peace? And Vev took that question, turned it into a goddamn hoverboard, and is zooming into the sunset. Because at first she thought it was like a bad thing. Like she was, like inherently she was missing out on something. Like she was missing out on her life. Like she wasn't, like she didn't have a choice, that she was trapped. But now she's like, wait a minute. No. This is me. This is what I want to do. This is who I'm going to become, not for anyone else, not for Jacoby, not for Chips, not for the surface people because this is who I am and this is who I want to be. So she, I think she's one of the few characters I've had who has taken that question, like that thesis, and put it on its head and turn it into a seed to blossom into a beautiful flower. Like, she's going places right now. I'm really proud of her development, actually. Because I was really worried for her in year 2 because she was going down a very self-destructive path. She was becoming very ashamed of who she was and her people and just herself. Her self-worth was pretty much in the garbage, and all she could see was just how good everyone around her was and how she just wasn't. She just wasn't good. She wasn't good enough. She wasn't doing enough. She would never be enough. But, come year 3, it kind of finally set in that she realized that, this is what she has wanted. And fuck anyone who is trying to, like, tell her to be ashamed of who she is or what she is. Or the fact that she likes politics, like every single time she keeps being told, like, yeah, but it's not you. You're putting on a face, a mask, and she's like, actually, no, I'm not. This is literally who I am. All of these things are me. It's not just the part that you see at school. It's not just the, it's not just the funny, shitpost, haha loot spider, person is not the summation of who she is. She is way more than that. She's a fucking bugkin, and she is political. She is highly opinionated. She is very driven, and she just wants to help. And she wants to make sure that people actually understand each other, and she is doing this for herself. She nosy? Well, of course she is. She's actually been a lot less nosy this year, actually, if you, have been following her. Like, she's actually been dropping people. There are people who, suffices to say that, she, has realized that she can be talking at walls and that her time is wasted. Her time is wasted on chasing people who don't even want her help. So she just doesn't help them. She just lets them be. She just lets them go do whatever the hell that they're doing. Oh yeah, very important lesson. She doesn't waste her energy on these people anymore. And the scary part about it is that it's starting to be directed at ships. And I hope it doesn't end it for them. You thought the biggest impactor was Kari? Is this true? It was a big impact, but it was not the biggest impact. The biggest impact on her as a person has always been Jacoby. But he laid the foundation. She paved the path herself. Yeah. This is a stubborn character, so yeah, that's dangerous. It's gotten... you haven't seen the most recent episode, so you haven't seen how he's gotten, but he's gone down a very particular path. And, it's becoming very, difficult to even be a friend to him right now. He has more or less isolated himself, and he got really, really, really drunk. Really, 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 really drunk in public. You caught it when Bev was writing the letter to Chips? Yeah. Is there anyone she has improved her views on this year? Ellie. She used to really not like Ellie at first, and now she's pretty cool with her. like she actually likes Ellie a lot now. Because she's got a very, in-your-face, no-nonsense, well, okay. Not no-nonsense. She is a goofball. But, like, when all the cards are on the table, she's, like, really open and sincere, and she really digs that. She really digs that in a person. Like, someone who will just be able to just open up to her. And that's the same reason why she likes Barrion, too. Hi, Toonie. Play politics between Aeozine and Merfolk for you, please, or people will probably get hurt. I mean, she is always willing to help people understand how politics work, especially between various factions. And, what good ways to bridge those gaps. Like, she's more or less presenting herself as that this year. It's just like, yo, I'm the political person. Hello, it's me. You need help? Just ask. I'm trying to prevent a war. That's my job. Spooter stops war, or at least she tries to. Even if she doesn't succeed, Bev is more or less accepted the fact that even if she doesn't succeed, this war isn't her fault. Which is important. Because a lot of the reason why she had started this in the first place was because she was blaming everything that has happened basically on herself. But, not only has she forgiven herself, but she is giving herself some fucking slack. Because she isn't responsible for, the actions of other people. She did more work than anyone else in that regards? Yeah. What do you love is that a political person is crucial for peace? Yep! She's the only person fighting for it, so... You need that person who will get in people's faces. Who will address the bad facts and just lay the cards on the table. All it takes is one person. One person. Her thoughts on Ryder, though? He is a goofball. And he did some things that she didn't really like. And sometimes he flies off the handle. But generally speaking, he has a lot of good heart in him. And he genuinely cares about his squad mates. And he genuinely cares about her, and she can tell that he genuinely cares about her. Which is... she is realizing is more rare than she thought when it comes to, this year in general. Like, she's starting to realize how many people actually aren't exactly her friends, and how few people will actually stand by her when cards are down. She trusts Ryder, which is important. Because she knows that at the end of the day, he is going to be the person who will fight for you. Even if he doesn't understand what's fully going on, he will at the very least be someone who will actually fight for you. Ooh, that'll be very sick, Toonie. I can't wait. Lots of heart, very little forebrain. Yeah, pretty much. He's just a good dude. He is the kind of guy that you need to have when, Gosh, it's like a very specific type of feeling. How do I put this? It's not when you have nobody. He's the kind of person to remind you that you have friends. Like, he is the person who will remind you exactly what you have. Because sometimes people lose sight of that. Ride or die, friends. Absolutely. Ride or die! Ryder is a palate cleanser? Yeah, true. That's a good way to put it, too. You need him in your corner when peace isn't an option as well. Of course. You're very interested in Vev's views on Esser. Has she placed her trust in him as a professor, or is there still suspicion under the surface since he's still new? Oh no, she trusts Esser. She doesn't open up to Esser much. But in general, she's very, very fond of him, and for a very untraditional reason. It's because Esser, as a person, down to like every little tiny mannerism that he has, is very Bugkin. He reminds her of, he just reminds her of her people. He has like that like pride, but also that like goofiness too. That she just immediately latches on. That she just... it just makes her feel like she's home. Who has been the most competent teacher? Silver. Silver. Look, I really like Barry, and I really, really like Esser. But we also have to keep in mind how long all of the teachers have been around. And Silver has had a 99.999999999999% perfect record. She's just fucking crazy. Like, it's just amazing how just competent that she is. Like, she's also amazing at, like, dismantling problems. Just, bam. She's just perfect. You've been wanting to get VR for a while now, not just for Alex, but to get into VR chat. Yeah, no, I feel ya. You're honored that Silver immediately adopted Ellie. Yeah, no, that feels good, man. Yes, recently she has fucked up. Once. Or, like, maybe twice, but, like, it's not, like... Her fuck-ups are, like... the equivalent of accidentally biting your tongue compared to what other teacher fuck-ups have been. And even then, it's not, like, that... She's just so good. You haven't seen Silver do much at all, but all you hear is that she's got this mimetic badass status. It's mostly because of her actions in year 1 and 2. She is being very stealthy this season. Because she needs to be careful about the image that she presents. But right now, bar none, she is like the person that every single student trusts implicitly. How has the actions between Carver and Vivina changed throughout? Will they ever recover as friends? It's actually... they're actually getting there. They're warming up to each other, or at least Vivina has warmed up to him again. He's much more guarded. She has at least directly called him a friend. in private. May also seems to be a wise person just in general. Yeah, that sort of helps. She is an incredible person. Or, they are. She actually really likes Carver. Vena's biggest social weakness and social strength. Vev's biggest social weakness is her impulsiveness. Her biggest social strength is her emotional perception. She is crazy fucking perceptive. Post it in the Discord and I'll take a peek, Seer. That about Rize can be Rook's replacement, then forgetting about the Rize spell ban. Well, she didn't actually forget about the Rize spell ban. That's the thing. That fuck up wasn't on Silver, that was on Rize. Because what happened was Silver didn't forget it. Vivina didn't have enough time to actually literally talk to Silver about it. Because she was spending all of her time making sure that Rize was okay. But then Rize immediately ran to Finn, brought it up before they could get all of their cards set down on a table. So that wasn't on Silver, that was on Rize. It's like Rize is actually an actor right now. Yeah, she is. She is. She literally is. What do you recommend as a good VR headset? Index and nothing less. Don't waste your time with any other headset. You've been away from AA for some time. He knows there's not a specific face around anymore. Dare you ask what happened to Mel? How would I put this? There's some controversy in general in terms of what actually happened to her. I think she's just gone. She's just gone. She just left without giving any of her, She just left. But in a very dramatic way. I guess that's the easiest way to put it. Closer to 1300 right now? Nice. I'm gonna try and not talk about it too much, if that's okay. Silver was the one that said the ban in the first place. She actually never said a ban on Rize at all, actually. What was going to happen is that Vev was going to talk to her about getting her banned from like having that kind of stuff on her, because obviously her having that kind of psychological break every single time is going to break her as a student and make her not a viable cadet anymore. So Vev didn't have that talk with Silver yet. She did? Did I remember it wrong? Did I remember it wrong? I don't know anymore. My memory is fucking garbage. I thought that she didn't talk to Silver about it yet. I could have sworn. I don't think that she actually said anything like that. She was in the one and told Rize that to not have that spell placed on her again. Okay then. I guess maybe that is a fuck up on her part if she did say that. At this point, there's just so much to keep track of. Just AA alone, yeah, true. First game I ever RP'd in was WoW, and you never got a clear shot at joining a solid RP group. So much drama. You had guilds that hated each other. Guilds. Well, that's... Here's a tip. Roleplay, in of its nature, is filled with very dramatic people. There's always gonna be drama. Always. Always, always, always. Someone's gonna have a beef with somebody. Some people are gonna be assholes. Because it's filled with a bunch of theater kids. That all wanna shine like stars. So inevitably, you get into some situations like that. That being said, some are definitely worse than others. It's in my experience for doing roleplay stuff in MMORPGs is that you have to be in like a sanctioned event for a roleplay to actually start. Like it would have to be like a specific roleplay meetup, or you have to actually be a part of the roleplay faction, or they don't roleplay with people outside of it. Oh, I feel you, Fallon. I feel you. It's also horrible when it's something that you should sense, but you don't because you're not a spider and you don't have tremor sense or directly behind you. Oh yeah, there's always drama. There is always drama. No matter what. I feel you as someone who has been the owner and head admin of many, many roleplay servers. That sucks. Sorry to hear that, Mech. Oh, icy drama? Icy drama's my jam, dude. Let's see. Icy drama. I was really fond of the one where Nerali was stuck in a cage and seeing how all the students reacted. IC means in character. OC means out of character. Like you are speaking to me right now. I am out of character. If I was playing Vivina, I would be in character. Thanks for the heads up for the admin of an RP community. We'll keep that in mind. Yes! You gotta have a good customer service approach to everything, by the by. Do you have a personal favorite story arc or season for A? Oh, okay. Ignoring, obviously, Vivina's, because I really love her character development, and of course, she's my baby. Of course, I would like her the most. I really liked Starks. Starks is really good. Oh! No, I know it. It's Victor's. Victor has had my favorite character development, period. I fucking love that little dude. He has grown so much since year 1. And now, like, to the untrained eye, they'd be like, what? He's exactly the same. No! No, he is so fucking good. Like, he's actually opening up about his traumas. He's trying to make friends. And just generally be open and vulnerable. And it's a very difficult thing for him. And you can tell how hard it is for him. But I'm so fucking proud that he's struggling through it anyway. He's just so happy to look at my little boy go. Look at him. I'm so proud. Child. I love his dynamic with, like, basically everybody. Vic smugly smiles. He has more friends than Chips does. Dude, not only did he have more friends than Chips, but he definitely had way more girls crushing on him than Chips. Like, literally half the school ships themselves with him. It was nuts! Him in general interacting is just great. Yeah, like, he's just, bar none, fucking hilarious or, really insightful, or, God, he's just so pointedly mean. It's amazing. But he's also, like, one of the most sweet and sincere characters in a different way, too. Like, he's one of the more emotionally perceptive characters. Like, you can tell when things are, like, actually really, 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 really wrong. And he has, like, been one of the, like, most supportive characters that Vev has ever actually had in all of AA. In some ways, Victor has... In a lot of ways, Victor has been a lot more, supportive of Vev than Chips has even been. That's some perspective. Like, he asks about her people. He also tried to enslave her, yes. But he also didn't actually try. He more so just wanted to see what would happen after, like, the first thing. If he actually tried to offer her blood again, it would have been an entirely different story. But instead, he was doing his best to get the fuck away from her. He was running from her. He's like, oh my god, no, this isn't what I want. Which is why she was, yep. He also used it as someone as a turn to get her away. Yeah, he noticed that she was getting really close to her, so he was trying to sabotage their relationship. And she caught on to that, and she was like, You knew how much I would hate this. Vic and Stark are one of the people that, Vev trusts the most. Pretty much. Flora too, but, if Specca was still at the school, she'd be at the top list. Like, Specca, bar none, is, like, the person that Vev trusts the most. Just, period. Like, Chips doesn't even get close. That's not to say there's anything wrong with Chips, it's just that her bond with Specca was just so different. They felt complete next to each other. Like, nothing could ever hurt them because they would always have each other. But, like, in a, she would break a leg for her or two. Yeah. You think it's hard to obtain Vavina's Wrath excluding Season 1? What's the angriest Vev has been? When she thought that Linnet got all of CT killed, I think. If we're ignoring her anger trauma. Yeah. She was mad enough at that time to literally try and kill Linnet, and she almost succeeded. The only reason why she didn't succeed in killing Linnet was because Specca walked up to her and said, Vavina, is this what you really want? And she was like, shit, it isn't. So she sabotaged her own plan. It almost happened. It almost happened. She almost got Linux murdered. And no one knows. No one knows but her and Specca. For those of you who don't know, the world will never know. Anyway, she convinced Ryder that it was like not just Linnec's fault, but his fault for letting Linnec do these evil things that got like CT killed or is going to get CT killed. That it was Linnec and his fault because he didn't stop Linnec. And she just hammered in like at all of Ryder's like weak points because she knows them. She knows people's weak points. She's emotionally perceptive to know what everyone's landmines are. And she punched every single one and twisted it into self-loathing. And Ryder would have killed Linnec. Curry told me that Ryder would have killed Linnec. And the best part is that it was gonna be the perfect crime because it wouldn't trace back to her. Because here's the thing, Ryder would have taken credit for the kill, period, no matter what. And even if he said that Vivina told him a lot of really nasty things, she never told him to kill Linnec. She is literally scot-free. She would have gotten away with murder so flawlessly that I'm actually sad it didn't happen. It was literally untraceable. No one heard her say it but Specca, and Specca wasn't gonna snitch. But she self-sabotaged her plan because she didn't, because Specca pointed out the truth of the fact and is that she didn't, this was not what she actually wanted. She wanted CT saved. Getting Linnec killed was only going to distract her, and ultimately in the end that wasn't the kind of person she wanted to be. Even though she had every capability to pull it off with masterful plays, it's not what she wanted to be. I think Specca was like one of the few people that actually really understand that part of Vev. Like, not just her bugkin side, like, just how Vev wanted to be fundamentally as a person. Like, she understood Vev's goals, like, better than anybody. Stark including. Like, it... God, it's just a fucking shame that she's not around. Specca was, like, the best influence Vev had, even though she was a necromancer. Kind of crazy how that'd be. Next up, how to kill Chips. She'd never kill Chips. Chips will kill her before she kills Chips. Spider Rider for the win, absolute. Vev has very little screen moments, so you're surprised. She wasn't there much because she was very busy out of character, but like anytime that she was there, she slapped. Like it was just always perfect. Like it's fucking nuts. Like Spectre did so much good for Vev that people just don't even know. Like, Specca was the first person to offer her blood to Vev. Not just offer it, but like self-initiate, because she knew that Vev was stressed. A lot of people view Vev's hunger as just like, oh, she needs it to survive. Specca was like the first person to actually really truly understand that it genuinely helped her. to feed, and she normalized it for her. She take my other arm. I mean, oh god, she would be very, she'd be happy to, but I guess this kind of, oh god, I didn't realize that this kind of fucked with her. She made a promise with Chips that she wouldn't bite anyone ever again. She kind of self-imposed that because she noticed that he was uncomfortable and he couldn't quite place why, so she was trying to lay down boundaries so that, like, he can't bite anyone and she can't bite anyone, so it's even. But in doing that, she had self-shamed herself accidentally, I think. Because now because she can't bite people, it's very... It's like it loses its original meaning a bit. Oh yes, and everyone was just around the corner. Yeah. What would Vev's alignment be? Ooh, Vev's alignment is hard to quantify because she's, there are things that she has done that puts her on the evil scale. There are things that she has done that puts her on the good scale. I'd call her, I'm not even sure if she'd be chaotic or lawful. She might be just true neutral. Chaotic. I think chaotic neutral. But not like, but she cares about people, her word a lot. So, true neutral? But she does lie. I'm saying true neutral. But not like in the original, like, capacity that people usually play true neutrals. It's because she does things so severe. Like, Vev has done, like, 3 truly evil things. Or did 2, but attempted 1 truly evil thing. But, like, the amount of good that she does otherwise... Like, she does a lot of good. Just in general. That it actually puts her into neutral instead of evil. Intentionally, she's true neutral. She goes with what she feels moves her goals and her intent. Intentionally, she's true neutral, yeah. Victor, to say that Victor doesn't care is very, untrue in my opinion. Victor cares a lot. He just hates that he cares, so he tries his best to hide that he cares. Because when he cares, he's scared. Because when he cares, that means he's close to people. Which means that he could experience loss again. Which means that his, vampire overlords could command him to kill them again, like how they did his family. If he did not care about Vev, if he did not care, Vev would not be here. She would have bled to death here too. Yeah, absolutely. Victor genuinely cares about Vev, and Vev genuinely cares about Victor. Victor generally cares. Victor does actually care a lot. And he is not as loyal to his purpose as as you might think. I mean, he's already said several times that he is willing to run away to hide Leanda. Like, he has plotted with, like, oh god, my brain. I lost my train of thought because I looked at chat. Shit. Fuck. He has generally conspired against his masters a lot. He's not staying true to his purpose at all. He's just trying to survive. That's the difference. He is not truly loyal. He watches POV a lot. And he's done a lot of questionable stuff that doesn't fit into the trust category. He does his mission, though. You'll see. Didn't he also plot with ships to kill his master if Ev was listening on the convo? Yes, he did do that. He's not loyal to his mission. That was literally year... What? Wasn't that year 1? That was both year 1 stuff. Why are you bringing up stuff from his far past when his development has completely changed him? Like, I know about all that stuff, but that was like all year 1. Okay, fine, bet I'll look at this.
The only reason
Do not share any more information to your brother.
That was year 2. Also old information. Because that was like, let me look at the fucking date. Let me look at the date.
Do not share any.
Damn, it doesn't have an exact date. But from what I'm seeing, there's like winter.
The only reason.
And to my knowledge, he has literally done fucking nothing else with that whole bond either. Of course he's a complex character. If he wasn't a complex character, I wouldn't like him. I don't like simple characters. Oh my goodness. I know people really want Victor to just be completely evil and just have that be to him. No. He's not. Are you joining in on the VR chat New Year City thing countdown? I don't know. I might be spending time with my hun instead. He isn't evil, at least by the fact that he shares some of his bonds. The way he goes around things is evil still. What? Most villains who committed the worst actions were at some point hurt heroes or people. It's what makes it a tragedy. True, yeah. What's your opinion on alignment? To me, it's mostly perspective. Yeah, pretty much. I don't feel like... alignment is like a quiz you find online to figure out what kind of Power Ranger you are. It doesn't really mean anything. And inevitably, it's going to be skewed depending on which person presents it. It's like a fun party game. It's not really... People are not simply put into boxes, is my opinion. Because everyone is full of good things and bad things, even the best and worst of people. The best of people have horrible flaws. The worst people have genuine kindness or moments of genuine humanity. Yeah. Would or does Savina feel bad for what she attempted to do with Ryder? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, she feels bad now. She feels really bad now. We don't need more evil characters. We just need more complicated characters. We have the darkness, that's all we need. Because if they're evil, then it's just too easy to kill them. That's my tea. If it's genuinely just an open and shut evil character, or like a traditional villain, then it's not really that compelling in a roleplay standpoint, the answer is always going to be, well, let's just kill him, forehead. And that's it. I agree, Tanner King, but I also want them to be competent at it. I think that's the problem, is that I think Finn might be what you're describing, but his... No, I guess we can't really say that either, because he's very keen on just jumping straight to just beheading people for the tiniest shit. But, he, is sort of in that direction, but he's just not competent enough, I don't think. Because either he is genuinely trying to infect himself and other people with the darkness, or he's just fucking stupid. Oh yeah, absolutely, next you'll say. That event helped shape her figure out who she wanted to be and who she actually is, come year 3. In general, a lot of... Vev has just been like a slow, like, uphill battle towards actually discovering her own identity. Which is why this year she's getting the hybrid form. Because she's finally figured her shit out. Who she actually is, who she wants to be, and who she is going to become. How do you think the chip situation is gonna go down? You think I can predict that, man? No! You think I can predict Vev? No! Gods, for all I know, we're gonna come back and he's gonna have like a box full of puppies and be like, hey babe, and she'll be like, hey babe, puppies. He'll be like, puppies, and then it'll be done. Not Drider Vev. Drider Vev already exists, but it's horribly combat inefficient. I mean, like, we're talking like a proper bug human fusion. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, Fenrir. Finn, I'm helping Vev. That is an opinion you are having. Toughest decision Vev has ever made. Woo! Okay. Bet. What she did over the break. She is stopping something that she started. A box full of puppies sounds more like packed lunch for Vev. Oh, no. No, no, no. She likes puppies. No one has sent me any message indicating otherwise, so she's probably going home. That's probably what's happening. Rabbits are delicious. Puppies are very affectionate. Define restrictions of her people. No pup burgers. Plus, she's really aware about how much humans love puppies. So eating that's a death sentence. I don't understand the first part, but their society's rules on her, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to either. Could you be more specific? Oh yeah, no, it's a good meme. It's a good meme. I'm gonna be honest. It's funnier that it's Eldrin versus Barthol because she choked that man. She choked that man. She strangled him, and then he never came back to school. I wonder what happened to the guy. Oh! Yeah, she's already okay. To be precise, those are rules that she put upon herself. It's not what her society put upon her. Her society does not give two butt cheeks about who the fuck she marries, or fucks, or anything like that. That's humanity's culture. She was trying to make sure that she didn't appear worthless to humankind because they have this weird thing on purity. Shouldn't it be as the queen says? The queen doesn't decide her mate. The queen doesn't decide mates in general. Like, okay, so there are some bugkin that have, like, genes so fucking incredible that bugkin, like, metaphorically pay them to breed. And it's a thing that they sign up for. And they, like, consent to just, like, make egg for food. Sick. Yeah, the queen doesn't really give a shit. Well, she cares a little bit, but not in the way that you think. She cares in the same way that, like, a little sister would care if you were dating her older sister. No, we haven't really moved from diplomacy mission. She still hasn't slept with ships, like, reaching home base, metaphorically speaking, because she is still trying to maintain that purity aspect, because she isn't sure that, her thing with ships is gonna work out. Like breeding contract and Mass Effect with the Solarians. I actually don't know what that... I have not played Mass Effect enough to know what that is, unfortunately. But, in general, Vev is dating Chips. She's trying to not have to do it through political marriage shit. She's moving in a particular direction right now, though. Oh, Solarian breeding contracts is not to ensure population growth, but to prevent it. Oh, no, that's not what's happening at all. No. Opposite. They specifically have, particular breeders to ensure that a type of bug, like, becomes much more prevalent in circulation, to the ecosystem. Yeah, pretty much, Tanner King. Pretty much. I will say, though, in regards to, like, Vev's, like, whole marriage thing, she's got a little bit higher standards now. Like, personal standards. She doesn't want to be with someone who will... How would I put this? Get in the way of her life goals. Or someone who doesn't support her in her life goals. Actually support her, meaning, like, sign on full hog, like, what that actually means. Which means being in a very political lifestyle, which means that they are going to be watched constantly, and you're gonna have to be presentable. And you're gonna have to work with or through it. If politics truly work for her, she manages to trade deals that secure a better future, for example. How would that change Buckin society? Would they even be open to it? It depends on how long it lasts before something fucks up. Because something will fuck up. And it'll be on either the Buckin side or the human side, and we don't quite know which. That being said, if it lasts long enough that the thing that she set up does, that for the new generation to experience it, and for it to be normalized for them, then she succeeds. The tough part is that because Buckin live a fucking long-ass time, the generational trauma takes much longer to get rid of. And it won't be like 10 years short. It's like, we're looking like 200 years longer. It's, Buckin, as you understand, isn't exclusively spiders? No, it's basically a cultural group of united bugs into a super omega hive. It's basically a bunch of giant arachnids and insects that have been either joined together or were freed by the queen from their hive minds to live with actual genuine free will. To which then their goal is to work cohabitously with each other, making a, what's it called? A perfectly functioning like ecosystem with the understanding that each person plays an important role. And basically prioritizing like the environmental like survival more than their own thriving. We also know that other races play a part. For instance, Kari and Vev knew how bad it would be if their races talked. Yeah. But then Vev changed her mind. Come year 3. If Ellie was a political merfolk, Vev was gonna be brokering talks. Buckin's Bug's Life, but if Tim Burton had a hand in it. That's actually a pretty interesting way to put it. Bring me in anyways, Chief. Let's go! She has an understanding now that, like, even if the merfolk and Bugkin would relate a lot in the hating humans aspect, having a mutual ally, regardless, is just a generally beneficial thing. Having that kind of manpower, in general, is just a very beneficial thing. Having the knowledge that you are a combined force when she's going towards political talks in the future is a generally very beneficial thing. Even though they're at war with Eos. Even then. Because there are also factions within Eos that are trying to broker peace with merfolk. Some that are really not. Some are. And she has to latch upon those groups. And if she is in there and she is making herself sympathetic, she can make the merfolk sympathetic as well. And in general, if everything fucks up, she has a good army to threaten them with. That's politics. You can't just be gentle and nice. You have to show that you have teeth, claws, and fangs for people try and do otherwise. Because sometimes people need to have a knife shoved at their throat for them to actually understand what it is they need to do. Politics are just as bloody as a sword. Yep, exactly. Would Queen use the darkness as a weapon against the humans? No! Look, if the darkness came to her door and was just like, I can help you destroy the humans, you know what Periz is gonna do? She would look at him and be like, you think I need your help? Get out of here. Get out of my house. Darkness corrupting the queen is a classic trope, but as far as I understand it, which I will preface that I don't fully understand how the darkness actually works yet, the queen probably would have the best chance at being completely unaffected by it. If I'm using Linux as a reference point. To preface, Linux as a reference point, because he was said to be like the most like liable to be resistant to the darkness. I can't answer that next, you'll say. That's a rumor. We don't actually know that. Most of how it's been presented on screen, it's always been like a voice in people's heads. An actual, like, black mist that appears before you. And a rock that feels warm and welcoming. Yeah, Periz would literally just look at all this shit and be like, nah. Periz is the kind of person where if the darkness came up to her and was just like, I can help you defeat the humans, she would be like, fuck you! I'm gonna do it without you! Just because you implied that I couldn't do it by myself. She's just like, I can give you more power. I have all the power that I need. I don't know what the fuck the darkness could tempt her with. She has everything that she wants. Besides the humans dying. Her goals are the prosperous, her people prospering, all of mankind dying. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Would the Buccan see the more monstrous race as an ally against the humans or as food? Well, they would have to begin talks for that first, but in general, they're more likely to ally with monsters, because from what I'm sort of getting a general vibe from, a lot of the monsters in general, the monster races in general, kind of like have this understanding of like the wild, the hunt. Like they have a innate understanding of death and the respect that comes from it. So usually, yeah. In general, their moral philosophies line up more with monsters than of man. I have not met. How would the darkness use it? Describe me in a way how the darkness would use it. How? In a way that she is not already doing. What would it make her do? And if it's temptation, again, she is such a prideful, spiteful person that she would just throw it back in its face and just not give a shit. She takes so much pride in doing things by herself, by her people. Yeah. It's like having a different scientist from a different field come in and trying to claim that they know what better than you how to do your job. She would be pissed. Plus, the only people who give in to temptations like that are weak men. We don't know if it's omnipotent. Perez vs. Darkness 1v1 SmackDown, let's go. Yeah, she would be offended. It's like, how dare you imply that I need anything from you? Get the fuck out of my house. Corrupt the Bugkin around her to do what? To do what? What did they do? Come and talking for trades for mutual benefits? Why would she give the shit about this fucking outsider? Kill the queen? How would... No. Okay. I'm sorry. The way that the Bugkin are currently present, there's no Bugkin that want to kill the queen even a tiny bit. It's... Maybe in 100 years that would be the case, but not right now. They are so doggedly loyal to her that it... You have to understand, they worship her. Like, literally worship her. They're not a hive mind. They're just zealots. Yes, Tanner, actually, the queen is the hardest person for Vev to convince. It's why she was mortified at the concept of Chips meeting her sister inevitably after 4 years. Because she knows her sister better than anyone. Self-sense? What do you mean self-sense? You're implying like she's a bad ruler. She's only helps them. Also, yeah, at this stage, heretics are very often killed. Not by her, but by other very intense zealots. Because a vast majority of them right now, like, I'm talking like a 95% of higher probably are complete zealots for her in particular. Yeah, she literally saved them all. Okay. The queen of the Bugkin literally gave them free will. And unified their people. They love her. And her death would mean that they would be enslaved again. They would have no freedom. They would literally be under a hive mind again. Yeah, anyone with free will could betray you, but this is so fresh. Their free will is so fresh, there ain't no way in hell it's happening. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm getting at, Fenrir, is that she's... It's so fucking unlikely that she would actually be corrupted. I mean... Oh my gosh. Yeah, she is literally all they know. Look, man, I'm not saying that the darkness can't find a way to fuck up the Bugkin's day, but, like, from the angle of corruption, I just don't think there is any platform for any of them to stand on. Anything is possible, FaZe. Casmus! Oh my god, thank you so much for the full year! Thank you for the Bezos bucks, too. I appreciate it. I'm honored. It's not even being a slave. What hive minds do, you are not even a person. You are not a living, breathing entity. You don't even have a consciousness. You are nothing. You are a body that is moving and doing whatever the hell the original False Queen wants. Perez saved them from that. Yeah, pretty much, Tanner. No more a person than a cog would be pretty much exactly that. Like, to get you an idea, like, the sheer burden of getting free will all at once suddenly, they had to go through an intense, like, cultural rehab where they had to get people accustomed to making choices. So yeah, it's like character's sick and everyone wants the carrot. Pretty much, yep, exactly. Small ant lad that is stupid strong. Well, I mean, that's literally... Ants actually are that. They're 10 times... They can carry 10 times their body weight. And ants just keep growing bigger and bigger. Also, Bugkin are effectively immortal. But after they get to a certain size, they're killed because the environmental toll to keep them alive is not worth it. Like, imagine if there was a termite the size of 2 houses stacked on top of each other. The amount of deforestation that would occur from them just eating a day's worth would be catastrophic. Could the queen eventually be replaced with a new queen? Like, the queen is dying, could someone like Vev take the mantle? Not easily, because they don't have her gift. It's actually why a lot of Bugkin aren't really allowed to go to the surface unless they have specific clearance, because they don't want them to run away and grow to be fucking huge and kill the world. Yeah. Yeah, good on you, little raptor. Although I literally cannot put weight into brain function, so that means nothing to me. In general, the way that I see it is that if the queen dies, it's basically game over for the Bugkin, period. Because whoever comes next isn't her. The queen is a rarity and not in the fact that she has, is not just a rarity in the fact that she has her ability, but how she uses it. Because you need to understand that Periz could literally be, she could control all of them. She is different than all of the other false queens in the respect that she can control not just her own species. She could like, the amount of control that she can have over the bugs, like, just period, is fucking huge. She could destroy the world. Anyone who comes after her won't have her upbringing, won't have her worldview, won't have her perspective. And even if hypothetically they had her power, how would they trust them? Why would they trust them? As a fledgling in medical RP, any advice that would help create believable atmosphere outside of basic medical knowledge? Okay. Here is a trick that I learned doing medical RP. Here is what you do. If there is ever something you don't know, don't describe what you're doing. Just say, this is going to hurt, or this is going to make you feel woozy, or this is going to blah, 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 blah. Just keep working. Mime doing a lot of stuff and just leave them to fill in the blanks. That's what you do when you have no idea what the fuck you're actually supposed to do. That being said, the more that you know about medical knowledge is the best thing that you can possibly make yourself think of. What is it? Brain. Oh, right. In general, research everything that you can about approximate medical procedures. Like, just watch them, like, casually, like documentaries or like surgical videos. It'll help a lot to know that stuff. Don't stop, don't panic, just get straight to work. And for the love of fuck, don't ever cauterize anything. That's a fantasy thing, and it causes way more damage than it fixes it. Not only does it lead to infection, but it makes sure that it will never be able to heal properly ever again, because whenever you cauterize something, it destroys the nerves, causing permanent damage. Don't do it. Pretty much what, oh gosh, there's so much to scroll through here. Pretty much what, Scion is saying. The moment that you view them from a human lens is kind of where everything, where a lot of arguments for this stuff falls apart, because I have made the psychological processes for Bugkin so different from mankind. Also, Power Hungry and Bugkin would be different than in Mankind because they don't have the same societal structures at all. Is this your lore? What is happening? Or is this some kind of world building? The Bugkin is a lore that I made. It is my baby. It is a race of sentient arachnids and insects that have come together into a one big super omega hive. Yeah. It's what Scion said. In general, there's a lot of things open for like rebellions in the future, but because everything happened so recently, they're pretty much perfectly loyal at this point. When like 300 years is what I would give if mankind doesn't fuck it up and give them a reason to hate mankind and the surface just in general again for the new generations. That's when you'll get to see a lot more like pro-human Bugkins, or maybe even a couple Bugkins that are just like, yo, I don't really like the queen, and maybe survive. But yeah, it's golden era right now. Hell yeah, me too. Yeah, actually, exactly, Hypnopoodle. That's the kind of power hungry that they have. It's more like, I want to become a biological, like, I want to be unstoppable. But they wouldn't do it, like, from, like, a magical standpoint, and they wouldn't do it by contracting out a different fucking entity. What the fuck is wrong with you? I have it in me. I just need to survive. I just need to be smarter. What? Fuck you for coming into my home and implying that I can't do it. There's a Pumpkin going, yo, that human kind of cute. Yeah, actually, yes. Yes. Like, that could technically happen in this generation, but it's not going to be accepted in this generation. It'll be accepted in, like, 300 years in the future. Like, this is an actual thing in history. Like, it's why it took, like... I was actually speaking to Wolf Brother about this recently. Like, if looking at things in real life, even, is that... and, of course, this is going through a human lens. It took, what, 10 years for, like, Americans to stop being, like, super pro-war all the fucking time? I know that there are still some that are super pro-war, and I'm not making any comments one way or another about it, but it lost a lot of its drive at, like, 10 years after the war. Because that's when the new generations came in and started to slow that momentum down. Human, that spider person looking kind of thick, though. Yeah, exactly. We got a bounty hunter who attacks using Shadow Claw, like in Pokemon, so could bypass armor. Exoskeleton for insects. They can't be healed, right? But do you know how brute tolerant exoskeletons are? Yeah, I do. Me do. Exoskeletons are fucking bonkers crazy. It's so fucking good that there are studies right now trying to dissect how the fuck exoskeletons work because they want to use it for for SWAT Kevlar. Like, they want to make bodysuits that look like insect, like, carapace. It's impressive how well Vivina has done for herself early on, considering her disadvantage. Yeah, no, she's making genuine headway. She didn't see it until this year, just how well she was actually doing, and she was like, "Oh shit, wait, yo." Also, as a note, Kesmus, the head eating thing is actually not actually a thing. I'm assuming you're talking about a mantis. That was present only in a study which took place when they took the mantids out of the wild and into captivity. The females only ate the heads of the males because they were stressed the fuck out. And probably starved as well. There was a study afterwards where they were trying to capture it in the wild. They were there for, what was it, 3 to 4 years. They were packing up because they gave up fucking seeing it. That was how rare it was. These people were studying mantids for years and they didn't see it once. Then they finally caught it as they were packing up their equipment. And the male didn't even like struggle or move away. They let it happen. So what they found was that mantids only absurdly fucking rarely do it. And the only time they ever fucking do it is because of either extreme stresses that go beyond like their normal environment, extreme hunger, in which they had also found that the mantid actually releases pheromones telling the male that they are hungry. And then on top of that, it has to be a male who tries to mate with them anyway, knowing that, which is basically them consenting to having their head eaten. That's why they don't struggle or move away. That's why. They're just like, I want to have my spawn live on this badly that I'm willing to die for this. Yeah, basically Hypno. Willing to die to get laid. It's that rare. Black Widow actually don't even eat the males. I found out that myth wasn't even true. It just doesn't happen. Spiders usually only eat males because they fail like the breeding process. It's because they just fuck it up and they piss them off. And even then, it's fucking rare. I know I'm deadly, but come on! No wonder they're widows. People spreading fucking false rumors about them, they can't get laid! Chips does fine. He wiggles his hips and he doesn't even know it. Yeah, jumping spiders usually attack males that are bad dancers. Yeah. He wiggled his hips just right. Is the Buckin lore allowed for use? What are the restrictions on doing so? You're interested in playing one in the future? If it's like a private, like D&D campaign, I don't care. If I never see it, I don't care. You can have your Bugkin OCs to your heart's delight and do text RPs or things like that. You can't roleplay them in the metaverse. You can't roleplay them in a different VR chat thing just in general. If you're using them in like a broad sense, just credit me. That's all I care about. Well, I can keep growing and growing, but would they naturally die like lobsters? Molts becoming too energy taxing and keep doing unless they eat the whole ecosystem every day? That would be if they starved themselves, but usually what happens is that even before they get to that point, when they reach a certain size, they have a very sweet ceremony where they're basically put into like basically this dying spot, which is big enough to hold most of the big buckin, And so what happens is that their own kin walk to them and they give them food in exchange for knowledge. Because naturally, losing a bugkin that was actually managed to successfully grow to that size is a big cultural toll. Like it's a loss socially because they are losing that wealth of knowledge. So they are trying to get as much wisdom that they can before basically their death day, which is usually there's no exactly a set time, but eventually the time comes and the queen herself puts you down. Or she grants your final wish, basically. Sort of like a last meal sort of thing, but instead it's like just in general, there's a final request, and she does her best to try and accommodate before you are put to death and the hive eats you. All of the community. Usually, it would be of their own species, but it doesn't have to be. Like, for instance, if it was a moth, then they're not going to eat them. They're not carnivores. The Royal Make-A-Wish Foundation. Basically. I don't know. I guess I just didn't reach out to the right people. That's just like a networking thing, I suppose. Sleep well, Sai. Oh wait, gosh, it's 4:10. What is the best way to earn respect for Bugkin? It depends, because there's a lot of different cultural niches that you have to appeal to. Generally speaking, strength is respected by all. And strength is not, to Bugkin, is not just physical. It's mental, charismatic, strategic, biological. Just in general, your ability to survive is if you can show that you are an incredibly capable person, that is one of the easiest ways to generally appeal to everybody. Were their hives more like bees or ants? Both. Back in the day, TM, it was all separated hives. But what they did is they all came together and they made like a giant super hive, combining all of their types. There is not aquatic-based bugkin. If you can make a merfolk out of it, then it's a merfolk. It's only terrestrial arthropods. Or arachnids, specifically. Oh yeah, Little Raptor. I fucking love it. That's why I built an entire society of, like, race based upon it, dude. So much potential. How human looking are the average bugkin? Well, there are some changes that I needed to accommodate with, I suppose. But, generally, they look very insecty. There's probably going to be some that are just going to be straight on full bug. Stealth likes it when things are a little bit more anime-fied, so I do my best to accommodate while still making them look as actually insect-like as possible. And by anime-fied, don't worry. It's not like the slime anime. I wouldn't allow it. But there are some things, I suppose. In general, though, just assume like full giant insects, because probably the way that I'm making like the map is it's just gonna have a bunch of like actual like insects and spiders just walking around doing their thing. And as future generations come about, there will be more humanoid-ish ones. And by humanoid, I mean like just human-shaped, but still having chitin and like all the buggy features. Beesling is actually getting a facelift. So, yeah. Some of that is because of that Scion. But I also know about the Final AK now. My knowledge grows. Imitation of bug-based lore in RP is fun, yeah. Your wish is to have a mosquito chef to make your blood into blood thistle for your kids? Yo, that'd be sick. Mosquitoes are so fucking cool. I wish we'd talk about them more. Yo. That would be sick, Raptor! Absolutely, let me know when it's done. We have one more year to figure out how it ends, basically. And then I have no idea what the fuck is coming after. It's interesting to play as a Buckin because you personally disagree with some of the core practices. Oh yeah, same, dude. There's some stuff that they do is genuinely like morally apprehensible, like genuinely fucking awful to a human perspective, but they're not human. Their moral structure is just inherently entirely different. Is your avatar in any way related to the Bugkin? Okay, actually, technically yes. So you see the one in like the bottom left there? It's a bit chubby, but like in a cute way. But that's more actually what my actual mascot is. Eventually I'll be having a model that actually looks like that. But this right now, what I have is basically just a retexturing to look more like my mascot's palette. This is Vev, but just recolored. So, yes, it does very much relate to Bugkin, because this is Vavina, the character that I play that is a Bugkin. The Bugkin that has the ability to transform into a human. Or at the very least, just transmute a lot of crap. Like, she can just transmute so much stuff. She's different than, other, like, shifters, in the respect that she's not, like... She's not exactly, like, cursed. She's not, She doesn't have set forms. She can manipulate basically fucking anything. Like how many organs she has. How many eyes she has. Where her eyes are. Where her legs are. How long are her fingers? How long are her nails? How long are her teeth? Does she have teeth at all? How many tongues does she have? Where is her tongue? Is it even inside of her mouth? Who knows? Things like that. However, the cost of having that freedom comes with the cost of the knowledge that human bodies are ridiculously fragile, and sometimes doing some stuff like that is very difficult, especially from the respect that arachnids have their skeleton on the outside of the body. Humans got it on the inside. So she had to figure out how to without dying. And she would have died if it wasn't for the fact that she had a mad scientist to watch over it. 8 legs, 7 Vivinas. Humans have an incredibly tribalistic/individualistic mindset compared to the ultra communal stance of the current Bugkin society from your limited understanding of the lore. Since you just got here like half an hour ago. Yes! Actually, yes! You got it! You nailed it! Great job! Just invert your bones! Oops, she accidentally crushed her own heart like a pancake. What a shame! She also has to, like, organize her organs after she inverts her skeleton. It's just a whole thing. It's just a whole fucking thing. And then she has to make it look appealing to humans on the outside. Because I just got a spare one, probably. Hello, Avis! Just a quick switcheroo. Basically, Tanner. Death by trying to become hot. Yeah, dude, it's so fucking cool. That's why their legs curl up when they die, because they, it's all dried up. You like how Lavina's swimsuit is actual effort to look good and not just less clothes? Absolute! It's like that with all of her outfits now. She's actually very modest, in general. Her swimsuit might be, like, the most modest out of, like, most of the students, beyond the ones that just genuinely are, like, in, like, a one piece. World building streams are fun. Although right now I'm mostly doing like a general like roleplay talking stream where people can ask me questions about anything and I'll try my best to help. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, so that red one was modest. I'm saying this year. That year, no. No, she was not trying to be modest at all that year. She went like full on, like, I want to wear as little clothing as possible because clothing is fucking weird, year one, to, okay, people kind of got a little bit creepy about it. I think I want to wear more clothes in year two to, everyone thinks I'm... Oh. Well, I'm gonna wear things like a lady. Not so much lewd. They did the thing to girls that happens when they assume that they are very... It's just sad. Yeah, pretty much, Tanner. It really sucked. In general, a lot of year one was her just trying to be... year one was her the most unapologetically Bugkin that she was. And that was shamed out of her. Now she's slowly coming back year 3. No. No, Orfrag. Well, okay. She was looking for an eligible bachelor, but she wasn't looking for it there. At all. There was no one who was eligible in that campus except for Carver, who was her teacher. No one qualified. She had no need to go, like... Yeah, there wasn't a lot of interactions with Carver. He was her friend. I started watching year 2 on Spirit Week when Momo streamed it. Nice. AA is Vev's escape from all that. Yeah, until it was no longer an escape. Not gonna lie, the entire time people thought, how did this school function before? Yeah. I will let you guys in. For those of you who haven't watched year 1, I'll let you guys know, like, the biggest phrase that just completely froze Vev from, talking about her people freely pretty much ever again. She was talking to Akiyama and Carver in the garden room, and she said she was talking about her people and about how awesome it was, about how big they got, and how she was looking forward to becoming big too. And they, how can we kill something that big? They didn't even respond to her. They just looked at each other and said, "Hey, Carver, how do you propose that you would kill something that big?" And Carver answered. He didn't say anything to her afterward about it either. Yeah, right in front of her. Hey, how do we kill those people? Yes, it would, Kesmus, but she wasn't allowed to be angry. Because it just proved their point. That she would just be a violent, unreasonable bug. So yeah. Don't you love the smell of casual racism in the morning? she deals with that a lot, actually. Yeah. Oh god, I can't. My throat's dead. I can't do a Krazul voice this late after my throat's already, like, busted. Are there any mods in chat? I think they might have all gone to bed. Wait a minute, no, I know an easy way to do this. Hold on. Hey, Scion, do you have any idea on how to do, mod stuff? Because, you can try? Okay, refund that redeem for me. How does one kill a large bugkin? A goddamn railgun? No, in all seriousness, if the queen isn't around, charm it and have it stab itself. Emphasis on if the queen isn't around. If the queen is around and a giant bugkin is near you, God rest your soul. You're fucked. Overwhelming firepower would never hurt. It wouldn't, except for the fact that if the queen was near, then it would be probably deep underground and, nope. Those crazy rifles would probably get its attention. If we're talking like the biggest, like, if we're talking like there was a bugkin that was literally slated to die, is how big it was. Came up to try and kill you. That rifle wouldn't kill it. Well, even if it's not done for this stream, I can refund it anytime, and I'll refund it personally so that it doesn't, get forgotten. Usually I do those when it's like much earlier in the stream when my voice isn't as strained. Just exterminatus the whole clown. Yeah, that'll work. If giant bugkin are on the loose, we're at war already. Pretty much, yeah. Imagine a fucking giant water beetle just rising up from underneath your giant Eosian warships and tipping them over. It's just like, hee hee, it's like a rubber duck. Push. Just dunking it. Ugh. How do you kill a large buck? And the answer is respectfully and not without the queen to do it herself. Ooh. Your grammar goes into OO territory? Oh no. Full scale Bugkin is Godzilla levels of stop everything, handle this. If a full-on, like, Bugkin war with mankind happened, what would probably occur, especially if the Bugkin were ever cornered, is that they would just go further underground and just wait. Just build an absurd army and wait. Then, unleash the big boys. Or they would probably release a bunch of big boys and, like, put them into key locations in forests and hopefully like, just try their best to make sure that they survive long enough. Just a waiting game. But, that's only if they were, like, really, really cornered. The good news is that there aren't too many giant fucking Omega Huge ones. But, there are some. There are some. But even then, the big ones aren't... I feel like people really sleep on the tiny ones. Because the tiny ones are the real menace. Especially if they're small enough where you don't even quite realize that they're, not normal bugs. Yo, Liz, hi! Oh. Are you okay? Yes, Tanner, that's like one of the hugest ones. Because especially like... Jesus fucking, whatever next queen might not give a shit about that and just want power. Or just want to have them become the top dogs even at the cost of literally destroying everything around them. It would be bad. You've been building a lot in Minecraft? Oh yeah, Minecraft! But in all seriousness though, humanity and mankind, in the way that I have made Bugkin, are supposed to be evenly matched. If they all fight as one. If mankind all fights as one, they will be evenly matched. If they don't... rest in pieces. But in general, my headcanon for humanity's, like, ingenuity, they should be able to find a lot of ways to fuck up a Bugkin's day. Like, one of the simplest means, like, being a thumper. Like, a really, like, deep-setted, like, thumper. Which will just, like, completely fuck with a lot of bugs' like, perceptions of, like, everything around them, and, like, it'll make them, like, trip and, like, woozy. Hilariously, Vev would be, like, the only one that's, like, immune to that shit because of Carver. If they had thumpers, she'd be able to move. Yeah, basically a Half-Life 2 thumper. Hey, Vev, can we test something on you? Oh my god. Yeah, basically Hypnopoodle. Basically. Because in the end of the day, mankind are going to stand with each other when they actually feel like they're threatened to be wiped out. Yeah, basically, Tanner. Basically. Like, Bugkin are very top stacked, but, yeah, Mankind's a clever bitch when they really want to be. Oh, you had no idea how to do it on mobile, so you did it on your computer? Thank you, either way, Scion. Thank you. You actually went through a lot of work for that. Thank you so much. Mountain Baker was training Vev after all. It's true, it's true. Now all she needs to do is learn how to swim. And she'll be set. You have no idea how fucking scary it is that she doesn't know how to fucking swim, dude. Like, it's more of a weakness for Vev than people probably realize. Because she can't swim when she's in the water. Sure, she can walk on the bottom. But if the bottom is too far away for her to get up, then she's fucked. Because I know what you're thinking. Oh, well, just transform. Make yourself buoyant. Well, it's hard to do that when you're already underwater, because I don't think flooding the internals of your body with all that water is gonna be non-lethal. Sleep well, Scion. There's someone in the kitchen. Run. Oh, I'll definitely take a peek at that, Fallen. Yeah, basically, Dalka. Like, humans get their shit together when they're... when there's, like, any form of competition. Yeah, and if you're in too deep, then there's pressures as well. Yeah. Thinking it's hard when you can't breathe. True! It's not as good. It's not a good time when humanity breaks out the XCOM project. I mean, it's important to remember that Mankind in the AA verse managed to make Rook. They have golems. That's important. Pretty much the best way to fight Bugkin is with golems, man. Vev's spooked by them for a reason. Just spooked. Yeah, no, well, she wasn't really keen on Rook when she first met him, but then Rook became her, like, fuck, what's it called? Basically her therapy construct. He made her feel safe. There were so many times where whenever she was genuinely, like, distressed, and Rook just picked up on it and just genuinely comforted her in ways that others didn't. So she just... Oh... How'd she take Rook's passing? Really bad. She has a lot of pain in her heart from that. He was such a good boy, yeah. Were they established already, or did Sachi make them happen in universe as a character creation? I'm not quite sure I understand the question. Your feeling watching year one, since the first few eps are fresh in mind, is that AA didn't have a whole lot of solidified world building at character creation. Okay, so what happened in year one is that everyone basically made, like, a short paragraph for what their character was. Their lore sets weren't written down, and a lot of people were still sort of figuring out what their characters were when they were going in. I was probably the only person who went in with, like, a fully fledged race and culture and societal aspect, but that's because when I came in, I already had that made 2 years ago before AA started. I had already developed it for 2 years, so I already had, like, a very strong idea of what they were. But even then, because of the aspect that not everyone's lore was written down or perhaps discussed as much as it should have been, a lot of people had different ideas on the technological level and just in general, a lot of things. Arbor is like the only other one, I would say. By year 2, everything was written down. By year 3, a lot of the gaps which people missed in year 2 was written down. Sleep well, Hypnopoodle. Yeah. Hopefully, I stream basically every day, so... you'll catch me either talking, playing video games, or hell, role-playing this, which would be Ascension Academy, by the way, is the lore set I have for this particular race. I would be playing with Venus Aceres. Should be easy enough, Ned? Yeah.
White streak in my hair, but no stress now. Straight out, the guy's looking like a mess now. Driving off the tracks, but I'm back and I've seen hell, but this is a bit more my style. I'm alive, I'm revived, I survived. You surprised, gonna cry about it? You should see the other guy. I'm returned and I've waited my turn. A decade of time to make everything mine. And by the bad
God, it's such a jam.
bad guy again, just like last time.
Glad to have a 3-day weekend? Hell yeah.
No one came to help, so I helped myself instead. You think I cared? It was always a means to an end. I've got my second chance. I've got a new lease on
I actually don't know. I don't know the background for that stuff.
so who cares? So what? I'm not coming down. Screw that. Keep up. Now look around. There's something wrong with me. I better not
I don't know. I genuinely do not know.
It was 13 and a half years I spent
They might have been implemented because Rook wanted to be a golem.
here, but no stress now. Straight out, the guy's looking like a mess now.
Like,
Tracks, but I'm back and I've seen hell, but
sort of in the same vein of just, like, using, like, little bits of people's backstories and implementing it into stories.
about it. You should see the other guy. I'm returned and I've waited my turn. A decade of time to make everything mine.
Things that make Savina dangerous. She doesn't immediately lash out. If she feels you need to die, she will plan it. Hence, you get her. Hence, if you get her team killed. Yeah, pretty much.
Shut up and listen, 'cause I'm back and I found my will to live. I'll say I'm sorry, but you don't have to forgive. 'Cause regardless, I'm moving on regardless to the next big thing. A throne will always await a king, but now the traits of this
You can catch up on so much. Hell yeah.
decade stuck in location to miss
What would Avina's reaction be to seeing frozen Flora? To melt her. Gently. In an indoor room. With even lighting. And pray to the queen that she's okay. Because hypothetically speaking, plants survive in extreme cold. So maybe she'd be okay. Oh no, I'm not watching that. It's too painful. Oh god, my heart's sinking. Oh fuck. Oh. Fuck. I know it's Rook time. Oh god, I'm emotional. I don't remember what the first Rook time was. I thought Rook time was specifically made to dunk Ryder in the fountain. I'm pretty sure that was its origination. It's Rook time! And they just like dunked Ryder and then it just became like a steady thing. Where he would always dunk Ryder in the fountain and say that it was Rook time. Early day Vivina, back before we could even see your avatar in VRC camera. And now that took it away again. Well, you can see me in the camera now, but it's like just annoying. No. It was fixed in the more recent episodes. Not sure how well you do with VR considering you get motion sick. Well, I have good news in the respect that motion sickness is a muscle that you can train out of you. There is also pills that you can take to reduce motion sickness. Also, not all motion sicknesses are equal. The best thing you can do is to make sure you have a good rig, like a good PC, so that you can get the highest FPS possible for when you are having the headset on your head. And you just wear it in small bursts. The moment that you start to feel that you're getting motion sick, like the slightest twist in your stomach, the slightest, and I mean really the smallest, you take off the headset, you lay down, you wait for it to pass completely, then you put it on again. And you just keep gently nudging that, like just gently working that muscle until eventually you're like me and you can just spin constantly in VR and have no issue. You're too Vev with the low side tail is criminally adorable. Thank you. I think that was a really cute look too. I miss it. She just slowly lowered her ponytail until eventually she just took it off. Oh man. I'm just looking at her wiki now, just scrolling. Just scrolling. Looking at these old pictures, oh my god. So many memories! Fuck! Ah! Oh my gosh. It hits me in the spots in my tummy. Or it's like, it's nice, but it also like... It hurts too. So much stuff is different. The ultimate form. I love this one. Oh, I love that picture so much. Ugh. The double-armed Viv. It was better because I could move myself too. It was fucking hilarious. Ugh. What do you guys miss from year one? Oh, double-armed social Viv? I'd have to rig it up, but yeah. It shouldn't be too difficult. The food update, Linux broke down so much. Yeah, and just opening and closing the mac and cheese. More Stark and Vev time. Yeah, valid. I miss them hanging out because he really centers her. This might sound odd, the Harry Potter feeling. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. Valid. It was like magical when it was like first like shiny and new and there was classes happening all the time. It was different. and the teachers had a lot of like kookiness to it. So like there was a lot more like freedoms to be like just hyper kooky, and a lot more pranks and just good like school fun. None of that anymore. None of that in year 3. People are too scared to do shit because of the CAF. Episode 42, year 1. Was that the day that she got drunk? I forget. Actually, true, Tanner. It's probably why the first movie of Harry Potter was the most memorable to me. Because it's just so magical. Being drunk on coffee is so hilarious. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Of a special kind, yeah. Yeah. What episode was Drunk Vev? You need to know. Oh, you do need to know. Her on coffee was a trip. And she almost never drinks coffee. Or almost never drank coffee because of it. She, because whenever she drinks coffee and she really gets drunk on coffee, she, something bad happens that, because of the fact that she is, like, drunk, it like, inhibits her from, like, operating in her maximum capacity, which drives her insane. When you need to do something effectively, and you're like you can't operate, or you do something really stupid and you miss it because you're drunk, it's yeah, she can handle it better this year because she didn't realize it, but she was subconsciously like drinking a sip of coffee every single time that she was holding the drink for chips throughout all of like year 2 to year 3. She still can't drink much until she like gets to that point, but like she can drink a lot until then. She didn't really exactly relax when she drank the coffee. It pepped her up was what happened. Cause coffee, so you know how like drugs are a depressor? For coffee, it's like a pepper. It makes her peppier. Top 10 clips of 2021. Clips so much this year. Oh, I'll totally do like top clips of 2021. Oh, nothing happened. She didn't hit the fan. Yeah, true. Hi, Ev. Another duo you miss is Vev and Augusta. Yeah, dude, whenever Vev and Augusta are like literally able to be like even remotely in proximity of each other, they have so much so much chemistry. What? No, Ev, you're fine. Ev, you're fine. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Chill. It's fine. I can manage my shit pretty well. It's fine. Oh my goodness. Every te amo. But yeah, no, valid. Vev and Augusta is one of my favorite interactions because sometimes you just forget how much chemistry they genuinely have and how much they genuinely care for each other, but they're just busy. So, but they don't hold it against each other. Like, they don't get bitter about it. Just like, oh, hello! Hi! Hello! Baby! And she realized that her, like, wind-down crew is pretty much becoming Augusta and Liang. Those two specifically. Ice Giants. Were they made today, Ev? Ouch. Ti amo, Ev. Victor, Stark, Augusta can be friends without being there all the time. Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's the best kind of friend that she can have, really. It was the same thing with Specca, too. It's the kind of friend that she needs. I miss her, too. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get you, Fallen. Tips of the wild card of how to make Vev feel. She cared too much about how he felt about her that it really, it put her emotional state on a roller coaster that she could never truly predict or have true agency over. Because she just put too much stock in him, and that wasn't a very healthy thing for her to do. So River, you want as an audio notification, not gonna lie, you remember the name because it was Sassy River? Oh no. Oh, I remember this. I remember.
My favorite voice is this one. My name is Grazul, the Soul Reaver. I make macarons. And they're delicious. Now get the fuck off my lawn! Fucking heroes. They're not even heroes anymore, they're just a bunch of anti-heroes, which is basically villains pretending to be good because, ooh, oh my gosh, it's just so unfashionable to be evil because everyone wants to be that bad guy who can be nurtured into good, but they never actually go good because they always want to do bad things. They just want to do whatever they want. So they're just villains with an ooh, don't hurt, don't be mean to me card. I've got feelings, my parents died. Well, so have mine. But at least I'm owning it, you fucks.
I forget half the shit I say sometimes. I miss Grizzle. I might one day just like have like $10 and I'll say whatever you want kind of thing in whatever voice. I don't know. like if I ever want to do like, oh, maybe that'd be a good thing to do to try and get my my new VTuber model. That might be a good strat. You like that? Yeah, that was me. I did that. That was me. Me did that. You can DM. You can answer the DM whenever you have the time. Oh, okay. Okay, don't redeem Callista's. Redeem Laws of Aviation. Redeem... Song about what just happened. And I think redeem Wolves. And that'll be it. Opens up voice line commissions. Can't stream. Sorry, guys. My voice is dead. True. I'd probably wear my voice out within like 45 minutes. The whole thing with Chips and Vev is funny for you. You started watching their relationship in the middle of year 2. You watched the beginning of year 1 and kept up the current. There were so many... There was a lot of bad moments at the points you were watching at both parts. You could not understand why she stayed with him at the time. It's... Yeah, it's... Okay, so... Again, baseline, guys. So... Vev and Chips' relationship inherently, as it is right now, is very toxic. I'd say for both sides. Right now, she's not really failing, but she did a lot of things for herself that was pretty toxic, which didn't. It wasn't great. It wasn't great. But in general, you understand now? Yeah. I think it just sums up to like, she had a lot of really important moments to him and with him, and she had a lot of important. He said a lot of things to her that really appealed to her at the time, and it changed her for the better. I'm starting to realize now that she's kind of holding him to... I wouldn't say that she's holding him too high of a standard, but she realized that she put him on a pedestal. Like, that year one chips was definitely on a pedestal. And then she, like, holds on to the good moments a lot longer than... I wouldn't say longer than the bads, but she uses those good moments to excuse the bad moments, even when he probably should get a bat on the head sometimes. Like, she makes excuses for him all the time. It was the timing in which you watched them. Example, after the big fight. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Fair. 17 clips to go through from uni alone? Oh my. But in general, there's a lot of parts of their relationship that is just genuinely amazing, and it's why I want it to succeed. Because, like, if they get through these bad bumps, like, dude, their relationship will be so strong. They'll just be unstoppable together. But the problems that are happening right now are pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Gaia proves the bunny drakes. That bit with the voice changer effect was the bit. Gaia proves the bunny drakes. Okay. Okay, I think my throat's actually, like, falling apart, so I might need to end. It's also a little bit later than I would normally end anyway. If Ascension Academy eventually ends on a possible survival note, do you think they'll do a private RP that's them in the current time? I mean, I'd probably do that. If there isn't one, I'd run it. Because there ain't no way that I'm throwing away all of this lore, you know? Tonight isn't today. I don't know. I might be spending New Year's with my hun, but otherwise, if I'm not doing that, then yeah. I'm gonna get my girl Kiki. I'm getting my girl Kiki.
I had a thing there, but no, I don't. Oh no, I clicked it.
Oh yeah. Aw, Raptor, thank you. Sleep well, everyone. I hope I made your day as much as you have made mine. Good night, my starlings. Sleep well. Mwah. Goodbye.
Oh yeah, it's Savage's birthday too.